It's your fault. Shut up. Okay. Oh God, already. Okay. Real Yakuzis use game pads.
Yeah. Been okay. Been chilling.
You been enjoying your week off?
Yeah, it's been quiet so far.
That's nice. I forget what do you exactly do work-wise?
I manage IT for a building society.
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
We're in it now.
This out.
Alive.
Sun's driving.
You're gonna be in a
Oh,
world.
geez. Yo, speaking of noise, you seen the fucking noise that's kind of been picking up about Scarlet Nexus? The game looks legit. It looks like it's a fucking character action game. No, that's the new one from, I believe, the Code Vein devs.
Yes, yes. Same.
They're doing a character action game, and it looks like it's gonna be fucking legit.
They prove themselves with
demo-
their code vein, so yeah.
Oh shit! Isn't the demo going live soon?
Don't know.
Let me see. Scarlet. Did it already go live?
Let's go.
Come on. Oh yeah, demo goes live on Friday.
Hope this hurts.
Cool.
I'm not backing down. Here we go.
Oh, but it's coming to Xbox first. Alright, fucking PlayStation doesn't get it until a week from Friday. Yeah, and it's not even coming, the demo's not even fucking coming to PC, which is weird. I think it's gonna take something major of a fuck up at Sony to happen. I think it's going to take something like Fuckman screaming the N-word to get some real shakedowns to happen at Sony.
To be honest, to get anything put out of Sony is to move the main headquarters back from California back into Japan.
That's what I mean. It's gonna need to be someone major at Sony does such a big public oopsie that they're like, fuck you guys, we don't care if we under budget our games at this point, we're moving our shit back to Japan, you fucking filthy Westerners. But I have been seeing what is a relieving sort of rhetoric start to spread. And that is the rhetoric of Sony as being xenophobic as fuck as of late.
Oh yeah. But I mean, if you look at like what they're censoring, in terms of games, like it's all the Japanese games. Yet Fuckman gets his little self-insert, Shaganabi.
People have been
female presenting nipples out and all.
People have been recontextualizing shit like what DJ Fish and other ilk like him have been saying as being grossly xenophobic, and pointing out that the stuff about, you know, this idea that all anime and manga and Japanese produced shit is just incels jerking it to prepubescent girls is some really, really fucked shit. To be phrasing it and framing it that way. So, I mean, that's a very easy mentality to spread because people really get terrified about the idea of being accused of being xenophobic.
Pretty much. But you'll
Um,
see them flip all kinds of ways to prove otherwise. Like, no, I can't be xenophobic because good, platitudes and good boy points. It's like, well, no, you can totally be xenophobic. Uh-huh.
I'm not xenophobic because I paid this Slav a certain number of dollars to essentially sit here and deal with a bunch of idiots droning on in the background about robot cartoons while he attempts to play a video game.
I,
Yes.
$2, you're a rich man,
actually-
Peter.
It's actually been Tree City.
Chief Eddie.
A spoiler for you guys. Zhao here, he's actually the Loch Ness monster. Yes.
This is news to me.
Damn Loch Ness monster. All right, and I'm trying to get all the bad bits out of my system. But yeah, I think. I think if the pressure keeps getting put on, somebody's gonna slip up. I think I'm in a weird headspace right now about somebody like Cory Barlog because I think his heart is in the right place. And I'm hoping he's gonna try and push the envelope with Dad of War 2 a little more. I don't anticipate it. I'm just trying to be hopeful. Because the glimpses of the potentially more groundbreaking storytelling that manifests halfway through that game, the first game, is really promising. And if they can deliver on this properly, then they have the makings of something special. The gameplay of Dad of War is nothing to write home about, unfortunately. And again, the other thing to bring up about the Sony shit would be look at how successful Ghost of Tsushima was, and that was Japan as observed through the eye of a bunch of Americans and Europeans.
Okay.
Or wherever Sucker Punch is based. I think Sucker Punch is actually based in Europe. I don't know. Let me look that up.
It's kind of like that meme where it's like, nice European game from, where it's like talk about Bloodborne, and then like, from stuff's like nice Japanese game, Sucker Punch.
Oh god, let's not even talk about that. I mean, well, if only because...
Yeah, I'm just gonna say it. The people who are getting offended are just your usual, woke white trash.
Well, yeah, that's...
Lots of Japanese people have come out and basically just said, "I love this game. This is amazing.
Yeah, and it's interesting.
Can we have more of this, please?"
We finally have a moment that I think is paralleling the way people respond to stuff like Resident Evil or Disaster Report or something else, This is a Japanese interpretation of an American as fuck stylized piece of fiction. And now Americans did Japan, and Japan was super happy with it. It's like, you can totally do it if you do your research and bend the concepts in just enough of a way that it makes it fun.
I mean, we had something similar, not too bad. Not really video game related, but like just in like the same context of Adele, singer Adele, was like lambasted over on social media because she had like an Afro-Caribbean style hairstyle, and like people from like the West Indies and people from like, Afro-Caribbean were like, "We love this. We want our hairstyles to get more traction and more, we want more positive reflections of our culture." and you looked like all the detractors, and they were all like really fucking white people, really fucking white people. Meanwhile, the actual black folks were like, no, we actually love this. She looks great on that.
Yeah, man, fucking talk about something where it's like people woke scolds trying to frame something as something it isn't.
And I've had one personally where someone tried to attack me because I for my weekly thing with my diet and things like that, I make curry every weekday for work. And someone was like, "All right, what's your recipe?" And I gave them a recipe. Now my recipe is I use things like honey, and other things in there that you wouldn't typically find in a curry. And they actually turned around to me and went, "Do you not think that's appropriation of Indian food?" And I was like, right. The man who gave me the recipe to start with was Indian. He was a Indian chef that I'd sailed with,
Yeah.
and he, to my face, went ballistic over that kind of shit. He said, food is for everyone. If you find a recipe that works better for you with like a curry, then go ahead and do it. The only thing he'd take issue with is obviously what the British Raj did when we went, all right, no, we made this. That's the only time when he said that's appropriation. If you like curry and you make your own recipes, because that's how we got curry in the first place. People threw shit together and went, this works.
Well, it's the same thing that happened with fucking poutine,
Poutine, fucking, what we come to know as pizza. You've got to remember what pizza started out with. It was originally a Middle Eastern dish, and then the Italians got a hold of it and they put fucking fish in it.
And then Americans got a hold of it and started adding other meats and veggies to it, and now it's gotten out of control, and it's this great... And at the end of the day, it's like casserole cooking. Casserole method cooking is some of the best cooking that you can have, because all these foods and spices and flavors are getting blended together, and you are getting a meal that everybody enjoys consuming in one format or another.
Yeah.
And it increases the likelihood that they're going to diversify their diet. So what the fuck is the problem here? And if I were to really get into the core of the problem, I would just relate it to how people try and frame the a woke-tivist and racists who are best friends sketch.
Mm-hmm.
The people who try and call that alt-right cringe, and it's like, no, it's just boiling down a concept to its most simple format. It's that idea that you can't perceive through your it's that you can't perceive through your own awareness. You can't perceive through your absence of awareness that your attempt to say something like, oh, you shouldn't be modifying this dish, this Eastern dish, like you're saying with these things, because then you're robbing it of its heritage or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
That you're technically being you're technically being regressive and non-open-minded in your thinking. Is the mentality.
Good. Pretty much, I mean, hell, have you seen actual proper traditional Indian, an Indian curry, what it's made with? It's made with ghee butter. Ghee butter is extremely expensive over here. We're talking maybe 150 grams is £6 in Poundland coins. It's my diet is, I will admit, is quite expensive because I've cut sugar up my diet completely because I have a supply and demand. I have quite a lot of soy in my diet. Hey, soy boy. And being cooked by my own diet, hoisted on my own petard.
It's gonna give you smoother skin if you eat enough of it.
Oh yeah,
fucking
hell! I've been eating it for nearly 5 years now. My skin is smooth. But yeah, just like Kina. There's a that's probably a better example because soy is getting a bit cheaper over here now. Like I can buy like soy
Ooh,
milk for
quinoa?
quinoa or kina or however you want to call it.
How do you
You
spell
know, it'll K. Oh no! Don't do this to me. I can't do it. Quinoa.
it? Quinoa.
Quinoa or kina or however you
Quinoa.
pronounce it. Quinoa. Yeah, I don't know words.
It's fine.
But
It's
yeah.
fine. I'm just
Anyway,
letting you know.
thank you.
That
Jennifer.
could be wrong for what it's worth. I don't know for a fact that that's correct.
I've seen so many people. Like, it's like that skit on the Amazing World of Gumball where you've got like the cloud the arguing over the pronunciation of quinoa. It's like it's clarified, but it's made in a certain way. Like
I want to make fun of Mike and like try and make some you have too much free time on your hands comment, but then again, I don't know the process behind making this
it's
thing or what he's talking about. More importantly, I don't know how much free time Mike has on his hands in the first place, so I'm not.
I use because I'm very cheap. I use margarine, like light margarine, and it gets a really nice taste from it. As long as it's an oil, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, some dishes call for rapeseed oil, and that's what most margarine is
No.
sunflower oil and rapeseed oil. But anyway, yeah, sorry, the key now. Just to finish off that tangent, that's 500 grams of like brown basmati rice.
Sure thing.
That'll cost me maybe £1.20
Yeah.
if I get like store brand stuff. Whereas Kina, which I find tastes nicer, is better for me, lower GI index, all that stuff. For 500 grams, costs about £3.
Quinoa.
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 Yes. Quinoa.
Can I just say to anyone who's listening who happens to be of a Mayan heritage, I am. Ion, no. Do you want to do the thing where we do the disclaimer?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna go with the mentality of if you're actually
Check it
going
out,
to come and
Ichiban.
sincerely
They're
bitch
looking
at
for
us
part-timers.
for mispronouncing something.
900
Yeah,
yen
we are
an hour.
terminally white. What the fuck
Think
do you
about
think
it.
this is?
Make a little money.
And what
two
are you,
birds, one
Mike?
stone, huh?
2 birds, 1 stone? Getting paid
Mike
one
is a
bird,
pretty
so
fucking
what's
white
the
ass
other?
name.
Huh? Oh, well, the feeling of contributing to the betterment of society.
Oh, he's native.
Pull that out
Okay.
of your ass, didn't you?
Native
I'm
white,
kidding.
yes. Native
But I should
colonizer.
tell you, it's not like you'd be able to watch the show.
What?
I know the guy who runs the place, and they're looking for someone to help with ticketing and equipment.
Oh, I see.
They can also pick up on whether or not someone's got an ulterior motive almost instantly.
Ulterior motive? Nonsense. I'm just looking for good, honest work.
Mm-hmm. Whatever you say.
I mean, technically, I'm
Listen,
native
job's a
to
job, no
Ohio,
matter where
so
you're
I
at.
can make the accusation of anybody appropriating meth culture owes me reparations. I should be getting a cut of methamphetamine sales every time something makes a market. So where's my $5 of total accrued interest or whatever the fuck? This is true. You kind of do. So if anybody's a racist here, it's Tito. Oh god, Seiko is way too close to that guy right now. Ooh, that was cool. Did he just like fucking knee slide into that weirdo? That was cool. That's great. Okay, so yeah. there's also a metric fuck ton of overlap between Italian dishes and Slavic and I think Mediterranean as well.
Yes, and Swedish as well.
No,
There's
I'm
some
not talking
Swedish
about
crossover.
the actual food types. I'm talking about the methods of cooking and the integration of other
Yeah.
types of foods into the dish.
Also, just like a side thing, I've of my like Italian American friends, like I love how they get really proud of like the motherland. Oh, I'm really proud of Italy, and me being a film buff, well versed in well versed in absolute schlock. Whenever I point out what Italy did with film, you go, oh well. It's like here's one name for you,
Yeah, that
Bruno
too.
fucking Mattei. Bruno fucking Mattei.
Let's talk about Zombie 2.
Oh, what the fuck?
Nice to see you
Bruno
again.
Mattei, who gets
So
basically,
this is the
I shouldn't really
Kasuga-san that
brag on
helped
Bruno Mattei because the
That's
guy
right.
single-handedly
Very
funded Red
same.
Brown's career.
I wanted to say thank
Red
you.
Brown, who was
My
like the best
grandmother's
Captain
alive
America.
and well and out of the hospital.
No, make fun of
Good to hear.
Italians all you want.
heard
Just
about
don't
how
call
far
them
you were willing
anything
to go for this
completely
silly
inconsiderate.
boy.
Like,
Obviously, no.
Trouble.
obviously, I'm not
Don't worry
gonna.
about it.
I'm not gonna
I'm just
say
glad he was able to see you.
stupid.
My, I didn't know gentlemen like you still existed. Here's my thanks for taking care of my grandson.
You sure? Thank you very much. So where are you off to now?
If you want to
Oh,
play
well,
Italian Simulator,
I'm gonna
just go
take my
play
grandma
the
somewhere
pizza
special to
add-on for
celebrate her
Cooking
recovery.
Simulator.
Where would you like to go, Grandma?
Let's see. A hot spring would be lovely.
A hot spring? Yeah, I could go for a bath. Well, we should get going. Take care, Kasuga-san. Thank you very much.
Sure thing. Take care of your grandma.
Of course.
I think I remember saying that.
Didn't know bathing could run.
I think I remember playing that game. I think one of my favorite moments ever was French friend and an Italian friend, both also avid fans of cooking, just going
Hey,
one
Gradius.
on one, being like because like obviously Italians like well you've got to feel for the food, you got to you do by feel, and my French friend at the time was more of a baker, which is more baking is more of like it's basically alchemy. It's an exact science. Like you've got to use like a certain way, you've got to preheat things a certain way, and he's just like, no, you fucking idiot! No, you don't just feel the yeast. You don't just feel the chocolate. It's like, oh god. Yeah. And obviously,
Actually, a
Italian.
science.
It is a science, but just like having this Italian friend, just try to like apply Italian cooking logic to baking, and just watching my French friend just completely lose his shit was like one of the best things ever.
Yeah, that's the thing is that cooking does. Raw batter. I think
Was it
God, I'm
what was
thinking
it that he
about
tried? Because
raw
he tried.
pizza right now, and I'm like, ugh. I've had some pizzas that were a little too raw for my liking.
Can I help you?
I've just remembered what the yes it
Did you
was.
just
It was
call me woof?
oh dear.
I think Mike thinks I'm boof.
Oh.
He's a conversation on his back. Who keeps cutting themselves off mid-sentence? Is it me? Is it Zal? Yeah. Yeah. Because if one of us is cutting off, I don't know anyone's names. Okay. Is it the soft-spoken British guy or is it the loud American? Oh fuck, it's me.
No.
Great. I'm cutting off mid-sentence. Fan-fucking-tastic.
You're doing great.
Fucking. Ugh. I want to die. Why is it me? Why is it happening to me? You know what? It's clearly something wrong with your internet, Tidu. You know what? Actually, do me a legitimate favor real quick. Check and see if Discord needs a reset or anything. It might need an update. Yep.
I'll be rooting for you.
Hidu is here and I can't hear him at all. You know what? Are you sure it's not you, Mike? I can hear Tidu just fine. Are you sure it's not you? Oh wait, no. When it cut off after stupid, that was me preventing myself from saying something completely racist because I muted my mic. And I didn't actually say the thing. Oh my god, was it seriously not capturing you that whole time?
You stupid fucking piece of shit, fucking hardware, I fucking hate you. Fucking Windows updates. My fucking god. Hi, Mike.
Oh my god, 30 minutes of content gone.
I've been talking shit about you, Mike, and you being part Irish, so I'm repeating this right now so that we're in the clear. I fucking hate Windows updates. God fucking damn it.
Today's starting off strong.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll just start from the beginning. How was everybody's week and what did you play? I'm gonna go first because I have a lot to get out of the way. Assuming that's okay with everybody.
Sure.
Yeah.
The theme of Tidu's life right now is technical difficulties. Yeah, that's an understatement.
Yeah. The machines have hated me for the past week, and I don't know what I did to them. I even bought some incense and burnt it.
He's running a machine with a pig.
No? Pigs are expensive. I'm running it with a hamster.
No, the joke is that being an American, I'm a fat pig.
Oh! Yeah, well then, yeah.
There we go. Okay, so... What? I started my second, more grindy playthrough for Village. Not much to say about that. But, when we're done with talking about our weeks in gaming, I am going to bring up a talking point that I know, Zhao is definitely going to chime in on because this is definitely something that everybody should legitimately be mad about. But I have played 3 new games in the past week. I picked up Returnal. And it feels good to play. It is fun to play. I think it is unbalanced and needs some tweaking. Not some, a lot of tweaking. I am in agreement with the fact that the quantity of bad runs that you can have in that game significantly outweighs the good runs that you can have.
Oh, that's a shame.
Multiple times I have made it to the final boss of the first area with a lot of health and plenty of preparation and good weapons, and I still get fucked over, and I am going to stand behind the statement of this is not my fault. The expectation of the player to be frame perfect on that boss's charge melee attack is absolute bullshit. Because there are times where I have seen it that I have dodged at a slight delay and I did not get hit, and then I have dodged with a slight delay another time and I did get hit.
I was pressing
I am of the
buttons.
mentality in agreeing with Wooly that this game was not play tested properly and it was shoved out the door.
Yeah, well, probably.
Which is extremely frustrating because, man, when it feels good to play, it feels really good to play that game. Obviously it's visually gorgeous, sound design is amazing, the story is okay so far and kind of intriguing me, but I don't know if it's going to go anywhere interesting.
That's the biggest issue with games like that. Every time it's like, oh, this looks fun, you've got some ideas. Are you gonna do anything with them? No? Okay then.
I hope it doesn't go somewhere limp, because if it does, that's just going to sour my opinion on the game even further. The game needs a save and quit function ASAP, and the fact that that's not coming in the update tomorrow is not okay. And the fact that Housemarque is like, well, we're not sure what to do about a save and quit function because people could just save scum from the cloud. I don't fucking care. Put a fucking save and quit into your stupid fucking game when runs of the first area can take over 30 fucking minutes. Fuck you, Housemarque. Put in a save and quit!
Maybe just do a save and quit and don't have cloud save, since it's only a temporary measure anyway. Like, if a fight,
just leave it as is. Allow the cloud saves. Just fuck it. Who cares? It's my game. I'll play it how I want to. If people can argue for hacking their copies of Sekiro to make it that they have overpowered amounts of bullshit, then I can save scum from a fucking cloud save. I'm not going to do that because I'm too fucking lazy to do it. But if I have a super good run and it's my chance to finally get my clear, yeah, I might save scum because I have been playing that game for almost 4 or 5 hours now and I still can't get past the first fucking area. Also, sometimes I lose all of my multiplier in that game, but sometimes I don't. I'll receive a hit from an enemy and it won't go down, but then I'll get hit by something else and it will go down, and sometimes it seems like I get... I'm done talking about Returnal. It's making me frustrated.
Alright, previous success. Right.
And now a game I played for 20 to 30 minutes and then immediately stopped playing, which would be odd for this game, is fucking Mass Effect Legendary Edition.
Why would you do that?
Because I like the characters, and I like the narrative, and I like the experience it offers, and I think the shooting is kind of good.
My condolences.
But it doesn't matter. You want to know why?
Oh, hey, meanwhile. Why?
Because the game fucking crashed after 20 minutes.
Alrighty.
Thanks, EA.
Thanks, EA.
I should have known better. I really should have known better. On the flip side, however, I played 5 hours of Jedi Fallen Order.
How do you find it?
That is probably one of the best Souls-likes that I've ever played.
Is it Souls-like?
Yes.
Oh, really? Huh. I did not know that.
It is really well made. It is clear that Respawn can do other types of games. So I really hope they're not banished to the Battle Royale mines for eternity, because holy fuck. Please make Titanfall 3. Please, please. I want Titanfall 3. Please make it. And don't allow bunny hopping. Please.
What a week, huh, Mikoi? Mike disagreeing with you?
Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
I'm saying Mike is disagreeing with you, saying that Fallen Order sucks.
Fallen Order. No, he says Fallen Order fucks.
Oh, fucks. My bad. My bad.
Fallen Order is legitimately good. I would say probably my biggest issues with it are it feels a little floaty, but there is a cardinal sin that it does, and I'm sure some diehard Souls fans are gonna shit all over. But once you accumulate enough XP, you bank it and conserve it. I'm sure that's gonna make a lot of people ass hurt about it, but I welcome it, and I would not I would not shame other clones to do the same. Meanwhile, saying I wake up and beg to whatever god for a Titanfall 3 every day. Yeah, everybody does.
Yeah. I don't know if he's gonna puke.
Man, you know what would be fucking cool is if BT as an AI became the in-lore or the in-universe equivalent of the new type sense. Sorry, spoilers for Titanfall 2. BT dies at the end.
Oh no. Why would you do this to me?
Oh wait, did you not finish the game yet?
I haven't even started it yet. I only played on multiplayer.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Well, that
I'm
happens.
actually... Huh?
That happens.
Yeah, more like Bean T dead. Yeah. Well, I haven't ruined the context under which it happens, but so you're still gonna be able to play it.
That's always the thing. Like, someone dies means nothing in media.
Yeah. No, it's done in a really tasteful and clever way, and I think you're gonna appreciate it as a good closing of the circle that is Titanfall 2's campaign. But Fallen Order is really fucking good. I would highly recommend everybody give it a shot. The facial animations in it are fucking amazing. I don't know his name, but the guy who depicts the likeness of and the main character was based on does really great with his performance. I like his banter with BD1. It's this weird thing where it's channeling a much more naive and kind of mellow Luke Skywalker vibe in the main character. So it's really it's just a good game. I don't have much more to say about that.
I absolutely adore end segment because that was a Rogue One moment times 10.
You adore what?
The end of that game, the end segment of that game. After
don't tell me anything because I haven't got.
I won't, but you're gonna hate it. Massively.
I finished I finished well, not finished, but I went and did the main objective on Zepho. Do you know about how far through the game I am?
It depends because you can sort of go to different worlds. So.
I went to Zepho and they're telling me to head to Kashyyyk now.
Oh right, okay, yeah, I know exactly what you are. You've still got a little ways to go.
I'm guessing I made like 10 or 20% through the game.
Yeah, you're okay.
Okay, good.
But
alright, so this game is going to be about 20 to 30 hours approximately. And that doesn't include, I'm assuming...
there's optional side content and... yeah.
Mike is saying about a third. That's also fine too. I've gotten about 5 hours out of it. Mikolaj was saying that he cracked open Dead Island Definitive Edition, to which my response is, I'm so sorry.
My condolences, yeah. Also, it's Mikolaj. It means Nicholas. It's the same name.
I said Mikola.
Okay, I suppose. It's
Mikolaj,
the Saint Nick of our names. He brings us presents.
Dead Island is awesome conceptually, but in terms of how it feels to play, I'd rather play Dying. I think there somewhere, if the combat systems of Dying Light and Dead Island were married, you would have a much better game.
It's not supposed to be like Dying Light 2 or Dead Island 2, which I'm convinced is now vaporware.
Moving up in the world.
No, it's not vaporware. They've said they've got some more news coming later this year, and they intend for a release this year, but it'll be coming eventually. Dead Island was impressive. That the trailer made me cry and hug my little sister as a kid, but that's about it. Yeah, and I can't stand that shit. I think that's super emotionally manipulative and super tasteless, but that's just me.
Dead Island is very much sold on the trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even I bought it because of that trailer, and then, but mind you, that's when I was younger, and now I know better.
That face is always so
I think
I feel like I've seen it somewhere.
I'm aware that Dead Island's combat system, in terms of how you deliver and execute your melee attacks, is very fucking complex in a good and well-developed way. I don't think it. I think its implementation and its accessibility is part of the problem. I don't think it's a bad combat system, but yeah, like Meanwhile says, it was properly realized in Dying Light. But I can also see how in Dying Light, it was maybe just like about 5 to 10%, a little too simplified, if that makes sense. You were gonna say something, Zal?
No, I was just agreeing.
I think Dying Light is definitely about 5 to 10% from being more complex and satisfying in its combat. It's not that it's bad, it's just that I can feel its blandness after you play that game for fucking 30 to 40 hours, and that isn't even counting the following. Yeah, the analog combat. I think they need to try seeing if they can do that again, because its analog combat is what I would say is unmatched in any other type of game or genre besides Monster Hunter. This direction is a huge factor in Mon Hunt. And I don't think a whole lot of games account for that. And I think that's not a good thing. I think we're missing out on some really good gameplay by that not being the case. Oh my god, I have not been paying attention to the screen this whole time.
I just... Kasuga just went, oh, can I have those boards? You can beat me up instead. Like, what a king.
So I did Jedi Fallen Order Returnal. I was pissed off about Mass Effect not working. Oh right, that's what I was gonna do. Is download. What is it? Mundown or whatever the fuck it's called.
Mondo, Moscow.
Sorry, I'm also having to keep an eye on fucking Dogecoin because my mom wants me to buy some since it's dipping a bit.
Didn't it drop like 40% this morning?
It did, but it went from 50 cents down to 36 cents, so it's not that dramatic of a drop.
Yeah, I suppose.
The market cap for Doge is still fucking astronomical.
Why do people call it Doge? It's Dog-E. It's a bad spelling of Doggy.
What was I gonna say? I don't think I have anything else to go with, so what have you been up to, gaming-wise, Al?
Gaming-wise, so I've been playing a couple of CRPGs as well as Sam & Max Save the World. So I'll start with CRPGs. I've been playing Pillars of Eternity 2 Dreadfire. I've got around to playing that, and I've also been playing Pathfinder Kingmaker.
Oh, how's Kingmaker?
It's making me very angry.
Why is that?
So, sorry, there's got to be another one of Zhao's little rants. So to put the context, it's based on the 3.5 rule set.
Yeah, Pathfinder is basically 3.75.
It's 3 point, yeah. And it looked like they got basically they tried to. Obviously, this is Kingmaker came out after Divinity: Original Sin, which people will agree, if they've played it, is quite difficult. It's quite famously difficult because you've got to really think tactically. They really nailed the feeling of playing a war game / pen and paper game in a CRPG. And it feels like Owlcat kind of have went, we want to do that too, but they didn't know how to. So what they ended up doing was they upped the armor class of every single monster and enemy in that game. So I am running a very high dex build right now on my character, and they've also got little buffs that give them well over 24 dex at level 1.
You're shitting me? Okay. Yeah.
They were they were just missing like 3 out of 5 times.
Jesus Christ.
With a range attack, and I was like, right, why is this happening? So I actually looked at one of the bandits, and this is like I say, I was missing against like a regular bandit quite frequently, and his challenge rating / armor class was higher than it should be. Now, normally, in pen and paper, the first couple of levels are notoriously difficult. They can lead to TPKs.
Yeah.
Because you're still figuring out the character. Everything's a little bit lurchy, we recently played but me and my friends played a 5 edition, and our main campaign, we almost got completely wiped out by a bunch of goblins led by a furbolg.
Yeah, you have 10 hit points and everybody deals 1d6 damage. It's pretty tough.
Much, yeah. Whereas Pathfinder, it also. I've actually downloaded a couple of mods to let me tweak characters, and I'm not exactly min-maxing, but I'm improving, because I remember I saw someone saying, oh, well, it's for the sake of roleplay. It's like, no, if I was a GM and someone rocked up to me with those character sheets using the point buy system, I'd tell them, no, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
The characters are badly gimped. I mean, there is a fighter in there with 12 strength. A fighter with 12 strength, and she's not even got a decent deck. A con's nice. She's got decent con, but you can't hit for shit.
I just don't think you're fit.
And they also gave her a tower shield to start with, so it's got like pendantly the hitting things. So she was just missing things left, right, and center. And like I say, it's got an interesting plot hook, and I am enjoying it. I am actually kind of enjoying it. It's just, I wish that basically had someone who could just figure out what Larian did with how they balanced Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2 and playing through Baldur's Gate 3. That looks to be the same kind of balance where things are challenging, but the challenging for the right reason. Fair. It's not a case of, if I miss because I roll shitly on the die.
My fiancé is playing the early access of Baldur's Gate 3, and it seems pretty balanced so far.
It's really, I am really enjoying Baldur. I was actually I'm having to stop myself from playing it because I want to wait until it's finished.
If I were to chime in with my own experience of experiencing balance in DOS 2, I got to that part where you're on the island after shipwrecking.
Yes.
And I accidentally stumbled into that dungeon area underneath the island early on and got fucking swarmed and wrecked. And I said to myself, wow, maybe I shouldn't have gone down that hole. I probably only have myself to blame for dying here.
One of my friends thought that was a genuine progression and quit after that because she kept getting to the giant magma slug, and obviously she didn't take talk to animals for her character, and she just kept dying, and she did not understand how she could get through it, and she even tried sneaking around and kept getting caught. And she's like, this is bullshit! I can't get through this part. It's like, there's other things,
I'm pressing buttons.
Pressing buttons, it's not happening. Like, the one shot me.
Why is nothing happening? I'm pressing buttons. Wow. How am I toxic?
But no, it's like, you have encounters on that fucking island where, they're tough, but if you play them effectively, you can steamroll them and take minimal losses.
Yeah.
So to leap from that to getting your ass handed to you, it's like, how do you not put 2 and 2 together and realize maybe you shouldn't have stepped through that?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, even like, I mean, again, like, with CRPGs, you know, from Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale, save often, because in that exact area that you just mentioned, there is a revenant that if you approach him, he locks you into a dialogue thing that you can't skip out of, and then he just completely fucks you in combat. But again, it's all part of the learning curve, and like you say, if you plan things out and just approach it tactically, you can get through it. Whereas like, going back to Pathfinder, you know, again, bandits, I was missing 3 out of 5 ranged attacks with like, you know, practically 24 dex from having a dexterity mutagen, and oh no, maybe 22 dex. I'm feeling that maths, but yeah. Either way, like it's still stupidly high amount of dex for like a level 1 character, and I was just missing every couple of shots. It's like there's no way my luck's that bad, and this was like consistently throughout a lot of fights. Like and I've seen some people complain about it, but then like you've got the inevitable people who come out and be like completely contrarian, and they're like, oh well, it's fine like this. You don't need a complete pen and paper thing. Yeah, but the next problem that we have is they removed flanking and soft cover. There is no flanking or soft cover.
My God, what is happening on screen right now?
I don't know. I can't. I've just dropped connection from a.
SI story.
Legendary malt that Nanba thought he stole was actually bottom shelf swill.
Yeah, and he thought it's the best.
I didn't discover that in my game, so that makes this fucking hysterical. And it came, and I thought it was this big melodramatic. Oh my God!
Oh, you're doing Piggy's personal quest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that one.
The taste is all in your head. Yeah, that's a lot of fucking shit with alcohol, I think.
Hey, did you know that they did a double-blind study of wines, and it turned out most people can't tell shit even when they call themselves wine connoisseurs? They can't tell swill from high-end because it's all in your fucking head.
It's fucking palates. It's like, you know, the people who are like, oh, you just don't understand it, and it's like, yeah, they don't understand it because it's physically impossible for them to understand.
Yep, it's like going a little bit of science that how the recently, well, I'd say recently, this is something that's been known for quite some time, but again, it's finally actually making its way out because, you know, people people are predisposed to disliking vegetables because of how the genetics work.
Yeah. So
like,
for some
who will not, like, I love vegetables, but that's because I won the genetics lottery, and that vegetables don't taste bitter as fuck to me.
I think that's just Brussels sprouts. It's not all vegetables.
Oh, dude, I love Brussels sprouts.
Yeah, it was great.
Oh, dude,
I've been overcoming that shit because I've been having fucking pasta that's made out of like zucchini and cauliflower, and it tastes pretty fucking good. But then I tried another one that was just like it, and I'm like, this is fucking shit.
Yeah.
What I got today.
Taste buds are
and the
weird
difference
thing.
is that one was an attempt to replicate white cheddar shell pasta, and that was amazing. And then the other one was an attempt to replicate fettuccine alfredo, and that was fucking disgusting.
What it says.
It's all about what you're aiming for, and it's why I can understand why somebody can't stand spirits or liquor, because I have a super sweet sensitive palate, and I can pick up on shit where people go to me and they're like, I can't believe you can enjoy Jägermeister. That shit tastes like cough syrup, but I can taste vanilla and cinnamon in Jägermeister.
So bar exams are coming up.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's why my granddad used to, you know, be beside himself with this because I didn't, because he liked cognac and Armagnac, and I couldn't stand it because it's too sweet. But again, Jägermeister, I was happily drinking, no problem. Scotch, I was quite happily drinking. Whiskey, I was quite happily drinking, and then like it was kind of like the stuff that my granddad was having. And he was confused because I was saying like port's quite. I was like, oh, port. This kind of tastes like it's like meatish, isn't it? And it's like, no, it's like tastes like that.
I personally I hate it.
Is very much a real stat.
Yeah, I personally hate Jaeger. It tastes like alcoholic Listerine.
what does Takashi get off asking for such a huge
It tastes
thing?
like Listerine?
Yeah, like alcoholic Listerine, yes. I
That's
don't like
bummer.
it.
It tastes like
I mean, I guess that's true.
like a
but
super
shit.
vanilla-y,
What's the real me supposed to
cinnamony
do
maple
now?
syrup to me.
Maple? It's way too herby for me to taste like maple. To
No,
me.
I'm saying like there's this weird reaction that my tongue gets to the herbal taste of it, and I can taste things like vanilla and cinnamon and maple, and I don't know what the fuck is going on.
But why the hell would Yamada suddenly not be rich anymore?
But it's also why I find most wines atrocious, but something like a particular type of
Not Big Papa.
oh, I think there's a certain type of Riesling that's super sweet, and I love
You are one honest guy.
ice wines.
Trust me. The rest
Ice
of us
wine?
don't like you.
It's like people giving some people shit for liking rosé. It's like, dude, they're probably predisposed to like rosé. There's nothing wrong in that, none with that.
What's up?
Man,
Let
a
the
really
people.
fucking good-ass rosé is so fruity and sweet. I fucking love it.
Hell yeah. I mean, you can buy
Hell
a
yeah.
whole car for that much. Still,
Last...
Sorry, you were saying something, Keaton, and I kind of cut you off.
a scam.
Yeah, some con man probably parked his
I was
car
thinking about
that was
something
cheap.
and I forgot
Then
what.
waited for some
I think it was
person-
something about alcohol.
And it tasting like maple syrup.
Con man throws a
Oh yeah.
fit.
No, it's just on the topic of alcohols. When I was young and strong and 14 years old, I could down a whole lot of vodka. But now I can't even stand the smell, and I'm losing my Slavness as I get older, and it's weird.
So how about this?
You're gonna have to admit Slavdoku.
Yes.
Say you want to settle out of court.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, it's terminal.
I mean, I can drink, drinks,
Wait,
but
sorry. I'm sorry, it's terminal.
I like the way you think.
why are you speaking with a lisp?
Happy to help.
All
No,
right, Takashi
I'm
back and ask for
trying
Karo's
to
contact.
speak with
Yeah.
bad Slavic accent.
Ah, Russian accent is what you're... No, that's Scottish. What the fuck am I doing?
You're all the same to me.
Think I'm celebrating too early?
There's some high-end, classier
That's
shit
just
cars
like how
out
I
there on the road.
confuse Zhao for
I
being
mean,
Scottish
limited
and Irish
edition luxury
sometimes.
sports cars
Irish.
go for hundreds
I
of
mean, to be fair,
dollars.
like my
Takashi
accent
did
isn't
scrape a car, and it was one of
showcased
those.
that much in anything. Like if when people think of like British, they think of like Southern England, like mostly London, Southeast London. I had one friend from America who was convinced I was from Norway. I'm like, oh,
Ahead of myself?
not
Yeah, I can hear that
Norwegian.
a little bit.
Now, how
Um,
about we drown those worries?
I still have a bit of a what's called a Geordie accent from where I'm from, because our accent is still based on a Saxon accent.
Yes,
still have,
I
like-
believe that was Welsh, right?
We have a lot of Anglo-Saxon like dialect and things like that. Like we are there's some of like our phrases, things like that. Like if say we're going out to like our city, Newcastle, it's Gan at the Tune.
Mike is
Or-
actually asking if you're Welsh or not.
No, I'm not Welsh.
Anything by that?
I was going to get to that point. My accent's kind of diluted quite a bit because
Yo,
as
Sachi.
oh wait, that's before we had the technical difficulty. So I used to work on the ships.
Down and help me save what's left of my
So I worked with a lot of Scottish people, a lot of Welsh people, and a lot of Irish people as officers.
Well, you could say some
So
stuff
my
so
accent kind of just went yeah and just blended it theirs. But it's mostly Northern English, the Newcastle Geordies.
I'm here if you want
We
to
are,
talk
man.
about it. Can't say I have much experience
But,
in this area, but at least
Mikola
I can do
is wanting to
help you
know
understand
if
how
you
things
got
are.
any crispy crispas
what
over
are you
there.
talking about?
Oh,
Crispy Crispers.
I figured you were upset because of
Tut,
some-
tut,
I can't remember the meme. I can't remember the
I mean, it's no
Um,
different than when I lived in Florida, and I would kind of slip into a bit of an accent, and it was kind of just there, very subtle, and you would start to slur your words a bit and mix things
Can we just
up,
get
and
into what's really
it's the same reason why fucking I hate how the Northeast has rubbed off on me, and instead of saying for, I say fur. I say it like fucking F-E-R, and it's like, no, the word is for. There's an O in there, not a fucking E.
Oh yeah, the Anglos are gonna argue about how things are pronounced based on the letters that are in the words. Fuck off! You have a silent E. Your entire language is bullshit.
Literally, there is a silent E attached to the word for, F-O-R-E.
Yeah.
If he wasn't so damn annoying, I might let this go. But
I'm
Sir
so
Abel is a
sorry
criminal.
for my
People have been
language
seen going in
and all this
out of
stupid
Saber
bullshit.
Ukraine
Good.
HQ.
But
Not
blame
to
the
mention,
French.
he's
That's my
dangerous.
response.
Yeah, I will always blame the French. They are to blame for everything.
With a biker gang.
That's fair.
I
Yeah.
heard nothing but
I can get
bad
behind that.
rumors about him since I left home.
Simply go through speech therapy and have it remove your accent.
Shut
That's
up.
true.
I've got some girls
I
who
will never forgive the
Um,
French.
I hope they can find
So
out
lots of
more.
CRPGs
Trying really
and
hard not to worry
just
here, since I
RPGs in
can't do
general.
anything
Well,
but
CRPG. So
that's why
moving on
my
to
troubles in here.
the other game that I was playing, Pillars of Eternity to Dreadfire. Still not very far into that one, but that one I'm just having difficulty
wait. Now that I've
deciding
talked to you
to
about it,
build.
I feel a bit better. Maybe I'll
Like,
skip
it
the
is a
next
good
round.
game.
Let's not
It's
start
another
talking
one
about
where,
music now.
again, balance is fair. Like, the Pillars of Eternity was really nicely balanced, but I think what going back briefly to Pillars, Pathfinder Kingmaker is they've now got turn-based modes, which make them so much better. I blame BioWare for this because, you know, when we had like Fallout and things like that, we had proper turn-based CRPGs, and then BioWare kind of went, oh yeah, there's no turn-based stuff anymore. Never tonight's turn-based. Who needs it? And that's kind of just like been like,
So what you're
the
saying
standard
is
of Kotor.
you're a fellow active with pause hater. Good. I hate that system. I despise it with all my might. Every time everyone says, "Oh yeah, it should be real time with pause," like fuck off. It guts every single RPG system that is adapted into it, because on one hand you can't do all the mechanics just if it's not fully turn-based, if you don't have the time to slowly pick your options. And at the same time, it's naturally real time and it feels sluggish anyway, so what good does it do?
Well, yeah. I'm pretty sure there's a mod that does turn into proper turn-based where it actually pauses it for like a second and it forces the... I'll have to ask my friend's fiancé. But yeah, playing it in turn-based just made it that much better, which is the difficulty of having Pillars of Eternity 1 to begin with, and that was quite a slog for me. And again,
Yeah.
I'm trying, because I like playing short races, so naturally I'm playing the all-in race, and it's just trying to find a build that clicks with me personally. So yeah, I think I've found one, so I'm going to have a bit of a play around with that. And then the last game I've been playing, I've been revisiting the remaster of Sam & Max Save the World.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's a classic.
Which is, I adore Sam & Max. It's probably like one of my favourite series. Like, I used to have the comics.
Are you
and
fucking
I
minibus?
loved Sam & Max Hit the Road. Sorry?
No, I'm just talking to this guy. He's a fucking minibus or something. Jesus. Well, go on with silence. Jesus. Okay, magic. No, but yeah, Sam & Max is great. I remember I bought like season 1 on whim as a kid, and it was one of the best purchases of my life.
Same. I pretty much picked it up straight away as soon as I like started in the paycheck, and the humor's spot on. It's not as like coarse as like the actual comics.
Yeah.
But it's still on point. You'd still tell that Steve Purcell had some, and I always love the idea of like how Sam & Max was created. It was basically Steve Purcell was trolling the shit out of his brother, because Sam & Max was like it wasn't like, it started off as like his brother would like draw these really bad comics involving a cop dog and a cop rabbit, and then Steve would just like do his own version to where they just do like absolutely heinous shit.
That's
just
great.
to piss his brother off, and it's like, oh my god. So yeah, like Sam & Max were like the original trolls, the original troll response.
Right.
And you know, Americana doesn't resonate with me as much, me being like a Brit. It's why, even though I like Fallout quite a bit, the whole like 1950s Americana doesn't really resonate with me that much.
I mean, it's like a fantasy world for me, so
yeah.
I can accept it.
It's like they always say like, oh well, what if we did like a Fallout outside of America? It's like, well, it wouldn't work because it's
it's not
the American
Fallout,
setting is
yeah.
it's so mired in like the Americana that like if you did Fallout in another country, like again using more close to home, like if they did like Fallout UK, they'd have to do like the swinging 60s.
Yeah.
They'd have to do something like the swinging 60s because that was like that's probably like all the 80s.
I want to see Fallout Mexico.
That'd be pretty neat.
Sorry.
I know one friend was like, I want to see Fallout China. I was like, that would be really interesting. I'm saying like their perspective. But
fuck it, why not Fallout Japan? Oh wait.
No. But yeah.
Jokes.
Yeah, so like, Americana's not really like, but I just adore Salem, and just the humor is fantastic.
Half joking, half serious. But speaking of like Fallout Japan, I always thought that an idea of a roving post-apocalyptic gang that colors everything blue and blasts Miku songs would be amazing.
Have Fallout Japan be that Japan didn't actually get hit by nukes and was completely immaculate. Just work from this idea.
I mean, Bethesda own Fallout, so they could just say, fuck it, Dragon Burst.
Oh god.
Just have it be that anime became real because Japan didn't get nuked. You know? Why not?
Yeah.
Shit.
Again, people go, I mean, to be fair, they've kind of already went fuck it, Dragon Burst with Fallout 76.
Fallout Japan be like real life.
Oh no, there's gonna be a mobile game for Story of Seasons. Oh no.
Oh, speaking of that, I've been lied to.
Oh, how?
Someone told me Rune Factory 5 was coming out this month, and I'm like, ah!
Japan.
In Japan, like I got told by someone else that it was like the global release, and I got so hyped, and I've spent ages refreshing Amazon and Nintendo Store looking for like the pre-order.
Yeah, having to remind myself.
My condolences.
Look, the bright side that you can look at it with is this: Pioneers of Olive Town came out in December, and then released in America in late March. So look at it that way. It's coming out next month. It'll probably be out in September or October.
Hopefully.
It's coming out in a few days in Japan. It'll probably drop in September or October for us. So
hopefully, hopefully we're not waiting as long as we'll have to wait for Labyrinth of Galleria from Nipponichi.
I'm sorry, Refrain is getting a fucking sequel?
Refrain's had a sequel. It's Labyrinth of Galleria.
I did not know that.
It came out, well, it almost never happened because of the Disgaea mobile game. And well, that's the same for Refrain, to be honest, because they kept putting Refrain on indefinite release, and then they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna have to put the Labyrinth of Galleria on indefinite release. And then like in October, like, oh yeah, by the way, Labyrinth of Galleria is coming out in November. And from some of the translated articles I've been looking about it, it looks like it's taken all of like the flaws that the Refrain had and just improved on them, and is a much better game.
Do you think it'll be good enough that maybe I should just read a story synopsis for Refrain instead?
No. I think it's gonna be. I think Refrain is gonna be an anthology series. I think the only reference.
I will stand behind that statement.
Yeah.
I think we just read the story then.
Oh, Yokohama is
itself, I mean,
big.
to be honest, because the story is very divorced from the actual game itself.
Right.
But there are stories within each individual labyrinth that it depends on what you want to go for. I mean, again, you can always just buy the easy, in-game easy difficulty. When I say buy, I mean like we're using the actual in-game currency, not actually buy a DLC that make it easy. Just go easy mode and just storm through it. But
Story
I
of
would.
the first game is Gay Ant Revenge.
It's Gay Ant Revenge, exactly.
Flipping pages.
Hey, what about
And
ages?
again, like we discussed when we spoke about last time, the fact that it's
Then imagine flipping one every second.
a very good example of what to do with a character. Because when you meet the character of Dronia, you kind of don't like her because she does some really nasty shit, and she remains a fairly bitter person, and then you kind of find out why she's like that, and the events in her life that kind of led her to that, and then some of the other twists and turns that I don't want to give away, and it's like, oh, okay, I'm more behind her now. I'm on her side now.
We had a conversation about this before.
We did, yeah. We did, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Again, like harkening back to this. So the idea of Labyrinth of Galleria kind of being able to maintain that level of character depth, I'm really looking forward to it.
Your explanation was that the actions of the main characters in Labyrinth of Refrain are not being praised or celebrated, but they are understood and made sympathetic towards.
They're being understood and made sympathetic towards, but by the same token, they are getting their comeuppance for them, because there are several endings in it, and you see some of the stuff that gets done fall back on Dronia.
Now, is there a true ending, or is every ending technically canon?
There is a true ending. I mean, technically every ending's canon, but there's an explanation for that.
The Drakenberg.
But yeah.
Timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly bullshit,
Wibbly-wobbly,
right?
timey-wimey, yeah. So, yeah. But it's satisfying. The way it's explained is actually quite satisfying, and again, when you find out, it's actually quite heartbreaking. So again, like I'd say, if you don't want to play through it, watch a no commentary long play, because there's one story in one of the labyrinths, well, two of the labyrinths actually, three actually, that absolutely broke my heart. It's the third labyrinth that you end up in, and the actual shell story that has, because each labyrinth has a shell story. So the first labyrinth, it's not as pronounced. Like you kind of follow like the first expedition in the labyrinth, and you kind of follow their notes and things like that. And then you kind of get hints as to what happened to the people in that labyrinth when you meet the end boss. Who you can or you can choose to fight, or just don't fight them. It's entirely itself, which I thought was quite neat. And then the second labyrinth, fourth labyrinth. Right, second labyrinth, the shell story is a bit more pronounced. And then the third labyrinth, fuck the third labyrinth. That is so fucking depressing.
Really?
Oh my god. I hate the third labyrinth, but in a good way.
Like, story depressing or depressing to play through?
Story depressing, but also kind of depressing to play through, because like you just have this weight of knowing what happened, and it's just like the more you learn about like the third labyrinth, the more you're just like, just fuck this, and then you get out of that and you go into the.
Sorry?
I said that was beautiful, Tidu. That bullseye you just pulled off.
I know. I think it is.
Yeah, so let's see. So third labyrinth, that's but the fourth labyrinth, the shell story of that, the conclusion of it absolutely broke my heart when it actually hits home what happens, because it lets you figure things out for yourself, and doesn't outright state things, and then you get the conclusion of the fourth labyrinth, which leads into a side quest, and you're just like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Wow.
Okay, so Mike just chimed in chat, and by the way, Grandius, the question you asked, I'm gonna come back to it and bring it up in a little bit. But I want to ask this question to kind of wrap up the refrain talk. if you guys were, and Mike obviously chime in too, I'll read off whatever you have to say. If you could tell me what you think it is that Labyrinth of Refrain does better than my personal favorite of Etrian Odyssey.
Etrian Odyssey, yeah, boy. Right. Okay.
So sell me on Labyrinth of Refrain as somebody who prefers
Etrian Odyssey. Okay.
Etrian Odyssey.
There's more in-depth character customization.
Okay.
You can customize a lot about the character's stats, a lot about the builds. Got quite a bit of freedom with that. And
you see that? Take it easy, pal.
Okay, obviously Labyrinth of Refrain has writing. We've talked about that for the past 20 minutes almost.
And yes, I was going to say probably the biggest thing, because it took 2 remakes for Etrian Odyssey to kind of catch up with this. The story and the writing and the characters is fantastic. I don't know, just to go on another side tangent, I don't know where this prevailing thought of Nippon Ichi can't write characters or stories. Because like this is when I've voiced my disliking for Disgaea 5, and I can't stand Disgaea 5. I think it's...
you could also probably connect it to that xenophobic bullshit of people hating all the 5,000-year-old demons in Sky or some shit. Like, they'll make the argument that Sky is
probably
serious.
could, but by the same token, you know, Labyrinth of Refrain has, Etrian Odyssey has characters well in terms of design. My thing with it is that people always go, oh well, Disgaea has never been good with the story. It's like, kind of has. 4 had a fantastic story. 4 had absolutely fantastic characters that I was totally
2
behind.
had an amazing story.
2 was brilliant. 2 was brilliant. 2 is really good. I recommend playing 2 first, and then play 4, and then play 1, and then play 3, and just skip and wait.
Doesn't Phantom Brave also have a really wild story?
I never got the chance to play Phantom Brave.
Yeah.
But I kind of want to. It is on my hit list for when
you get old and have nothing to do, and you're retired and need something to fill.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I'm halfway there already. Phantom, well, Disgaea, Nippon Ichi are doing called the Pretty Collection. So Phantom Brave is in the first edition. So I'm hoping that eventually we'll get Witch and the 100 Knight on the Switch.
So get that, and then buy yourself a Switch and never take it out of the box. And then when you hit 50 or 60 and you're in retirement, you'll be like, okay, now's the time. I'm gonna unwrap my Switch.
Switch time!
As if I'm gonna live that long.
Well, okay, here's a question. Do you smoke?
No.
Are you overweight?
Not anymore.
Okay.
Nice.
You're probably gonna live to be like 80 or 90.
But I am like...
Have you ever heard of Cars, Void?
Yeah, there's a lot of cars where I live, and people, you know, they seem to be giving out the licenses like in fucking boxes of cereal. Jesus Christ.
Well, you know what? I keep forgetting that the types of cars that are allowed to hit the road in non-American countries are concerningly either tough or made of styrofoam.
It's not. It's not even driving. It's about the fact you can just go on a street and boom, you're dead. A fucking box of steel run over you. Accidents happen and happen a lot.
There's a bend that I need to walk past to get to work, and famously,
it's not AOE.
Do not indicate. So, like, obviously there's like a roundabout with like 4 exits, and you're gonna take the exit that I've got to walk across. You've got to indicate to show that you're going to that. And there's people who seem to think they don't have to indicate. And I've nearly been knocked over a couple of times because it was tear off around the corner and not indicating, and like I've actually got to the point where I've actually chased one of the fuckers down the road because it was like, nah, fucker, no.
Mike just chimed in with his thoughts, and his is that Refrain is challenging, but in a way that gives you more control than, say, Etrian. In Etrian, the answer is often grind for more money or equipment, whereas Refrain challenges you to reassess the resources you already have.
Yes.
Also, the issue with NIS games is very simple. The grind is so bad that no one gets to the stories, especially in Disgaea.
Yep.
Exactly. But it's why the devs put in the like there are specific stages where you get like multiple XP for just like doing the same one over and over again, and it takes like 10 minutes. Like I think the devs are aware that people don't want to do the grind and go, okay, well here's this one stage that's in the midpoint of the game, always in the midpoint of the game. If you get the geo squares just right, you will get like 20 times the normal amount of XP, and you will just level up straight away.
It's like how the current method of farming for Zenny in Rise is go to the lava caverns, high rank, equip a geologist set, wait for mining outcrops to surge, and you can make anywhere between 300 to 500,000 Zenny off of one run.
Weren't you supposed to read some questions or something? I remember you saying that an hour ago.
Yes, okay, so this is one that Grendius had asked. Have you seen that you released the video on Attack on Titan? In short, is it the Game of Thrones situation where the beginning was good and the ending shat the bed?
No, because while the ending is like a 5 out of 10, honestly, with Game of Thrones you had several seasons of character betrayal and assassination of anything they ever stood for and what they did. Whereas in Attack on Titan it's like, it lands on its ass, but the entire series still has like development and payoff for several of the characters, so it's still worth it, I believe.
Now, without going into spoilers,
yes,
I need to know, have you read the new pages that dropped?
I've seen them without a translation, but even still I don't like them. It seems like a sequel hook. That's it.
It does seem like a sequel hook, but boy, some people are angry about those 8 new pages or whatever the fuck.
They were angry about the whole chapter before that. I think a lot of people are hysteric because I can get not liking the ending at all, but saying it drops the series from, I don't know, a 9 or a 10 to a 2 is just, come on. Have some pride in your own taste.
The series has technically always been mid, but it's, oh man, I forget. Oh yeah, that's what we said. The fact that people have been able to break down that it was a quote-unquote Greek comedy from the get-go.
Oh, fuck off.
What, you don't think that's a fair interpretation?
No, not at all.
Okay. I like that idea that it's Greek in its plot structure. That's what got me hooked in and wanting to give it a go. No, I've seen, like I said, I had a mutual who explained it to me in DMs over Twitter, and they said a lot of this stuff is properly foreshadowed, a lot of it is explained that it is coming, and in terms of, as a whole, it's not that it's bad, it's just that people may have put their expectations with the series.
I think everything is properly foreshadowed, I think everything is executed well, it's just that I don't like some words said at the end, and I think they betrayed the tone that was established previously of how these things are approached on an emotional level. And also, it is not a Greek story, it has a lack of any sort of chorus, the fact that everything is subjective and has no narration that is over-aching is kind of the point in many moments. So, I would not say it's a Greek comedy at all.
Okay. Is it a Greek tragedy then?
Greek tragedies also have the chorus, no.
Okay.
God of War 1 was a Greek tragedy somewhat, and it had like an overall narration that superseded every single character's perspective. There was like an objective voice to what is happening. There is a lack of that in Attack of Titan, a very strong lack of that. It's a thematic point of sorts.
Strangled my neighbor for deciding he needed to start mowing the lawn right fucking now.
Yeah, do it. Fuck everyone that mows their lawn. Like, let the nature reign free. Pre-reclamation time.
let me tell you about something I can't fucking stand about my fellow Americans, and that is their fucking obsession with mowing lawns.
Yeah.
I understand wanting it to look nice, but...
It looks like shit!
The frequency with which some people will mow their lawns drives me fucking crazy. Every other week. If you're doing it more than that, you're doing it too much.
Honestly, they like cut the blades of grass just don't look nice. They smell nice, but that's about it. I think like a lawn growing wild, maybe controlled a little bit, is much more appealing.
Mowing your lawn is just the boomers clean your room.
Yeah,
that's definitely a good way to put it. I get sad. Hang on. I do, for what it's worth, enjoy mowing my lawn, but I don't enjoy it in the context of, oh, I'm super, like, hyper proud of it. I want to upkeep and take care of my lawn. I look at it as, that's asymmetrically, that's pleasing to my OCD because it's making things look symmetrical.
I guess.
That's the only context under which I can enjoy mowing the lawn.
Haha, the mower goes brrrr.
No, I actually fucking hate that shit.
Really? Don't like the noise.
This is saying, Tidu, are you one of those people who think that washing regularly is unnatural and then
No.
did a kappa?
No. But your lawn is not your body. It's a not you fucking false equivalence me here.
You can't say that. There are some people in the States who would get really fucking mad if you suggested that.
Well, then my dog shot on your body, I guess.
Okay, so this, I'm going to give Labyrinth of Refrain, and what's the other one? Galleria? Is that what you said?
Galleria. That's probably not going to be out until 2020.
Rhymes with diarrhea.
Well, I'll keep an eye on it, and hopefully it'll come to the Switch in the States. But,
Should do. Nipponichi. Oh, hello. Did we just want to... Is that a boof?
Excuse me.
Boof!
Is he finally fucking here?
Oh
my god.
I just joined in and Mute screamed from the top of his lungs diarrhea.
That's what you get.
Get the bugs, Tidu. They're important for later on.
How was your work, fellow Slav?
I mean, Flesh and Blood is a cool card game that I don't play, but I have to watch over when people play it. And X-Wing, the tabletop fighting, tabletop figurine fighting board game, is also looks pretty cool. I don't like Star Wars enough to engage in it, but they wanted to play until 10 p.m., so here I am, doing everything I can.
Pretending I was Superman.
Superman.
Now, have I came in after the FF14 talk, or...?
We haven't talked about it.
There was no FF14 talk.
Are you worried about spoilers?
No, I don't care, dude. It's an MMO. I'll forget shit anyway.
The whole point is that we still had like 2 or 3 topics to get to. But let's get your what have you been playing this week?
Oh god, do you really want to know?
We're actually gonna go to 6, and we're gonna start disco at 7,
Oh.
and then we're gonna wrap disco. Huh?
No, I didn't know how the game works. Alright, didn't.
We're gonna alter the stream times a little bit since Boop was getting here late, so we're gonna go a little half hour over for the Yakuza cast, and then we're gonna cut off disco about half an hour earlier. 4 hours is enough disco, people. If I play longer than that, I'll probably start to fall asleep.
Or you become a centrist.
I don't think we're gonna play 4 hours, maybe 2 today, dude. It's gonna be past midnight for me.
Yes, I'm aware.
I mean, to be honest, you just need like 5 monsters.
Bullseye.
I have a job interview at 10 a.m. I don't think 5 monsters.
that's right.
Congratulations!
Thanks.
We'll do about 2 hours of disco tonight, and then Tito's got to go. But I am going to be available for early Saturday afternoon, so we'll do more disco then. And we actually will do it this time. I won't be canceling.
Is the job decent, or is it just something to survive on?
It's corporate bullshit, but it's corporate bullshit that is not about selling stuff, so it's fine.
Okay. So yeah, what was I doing? You're all gonna regret this. I played more Yakuza 7, I got to Chapter 9, I'm doing a shit ton of side quests, like Chapter 9 unlocks like a fuck ton of them. They're all very good, they give tangible rewards, they are funny, and I highly recommend if you're playing this game, you should do them, because the shit you get is amazing. Specifically, the ones that give you pound mates are really good. That being, for example, the one with the dominatrix in this game, because apparently every Yakuza needs a dominatrix now.
Of course they do.
Not against that in any way, shape, or form. And the cutscene you get when you summon that pound mate is probably my favorite one. Like, I adore that dude.
Oh, a dude.
So yeah. Oh, yeah, the side quest is about a guy and a girl. The dominatrix is a girl, but her client is very interesting.
Okay, I see.
Okay, what else did I do? I mean, I got some good news. We're gonna get Biomutant at work, so I'll be probably able to get it a bit cheaper, since I wanted to pick that game up anyway, because I'm a fucking furry, and that game looks good, and it's been in... I really want that game to succeed, because people are making fun of it, because it was announced like 4 years ago, but people think it was announced 15 years ago, because they are stupid.
Yep.
And the reason why we didn't get long without we got really long without updates or nothing was because the devs were like, the pandemic is happening, we really don't want to crunch, we're taking our time, THQ Nordic is allowing us to do this at the pace we want.
Thanks,
it's probably gonna be like a 7 out of 10, which is fine by me. I am very excited to play that game, and I want to support it because I think it deserves it.
We don't know 7 out of 6 and 7s out of 10s in the industry as of late. It's either go big or go home, and that's kind of a problem.
Yeah, that mentality kind of pisses me off.
Oh my god.
Because and again, it's like with anime. People saying, "Oh well, you know, it's got to be like an 8. It's got to be an 8 or a 9 if it's worth your time." It's like, well, no, I've found like a lot of the anime that I've really liked have been like things that people have rated as like 6s and 7s. Mind you, this is my anime list, and my anime list is full of little piss babies who, if it's not a fucking Shonen Jump thing, they will just shit on it.
My anime list is full of people who want to write novels, but nobody reads them, even if they include them in their reviews. Like, Jesus Christ. I have never seen reviews this pretentious as I have there.
It's all the more sweeter when you actually see what their actual recommendations are and things like that, and it's like some of like the worst examples of like shonen anime.
Yeah, but if I had a Mal, it would be full of all pretentious shit, because I'd be giving Utena, Penguin Drum, Katana Gatari, a whole bunch of other shit. I would be giving it 10s, and then I would have like 8s and 9s for shit like Kyosagiga and Tari and a whole bunch of other shit nobody's ever heard of.
Mute Grant just wants your Mal account.
I can link it after I'm finished with this.
What'd you say, Val?
Oh, that's fair. I mean, again, it's all people's taste. I just think it's really funny because, like, again, on Mal, like, I found like my most favorite animes have always been those like the ones that have like rated like 6 and 7. Like, as I mentioned last week, I finished watching Sleepy Princess in the Demon Castle, which has been my favorite anime all year. That was.
I'm sorry, you said that. I was like, the fucking Dragon Ball movie.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that as well. Yeah. No, it's close. It's basically it revolves around the gag of there's this princess who's been captured by demons, and instead of wanting to be rescued, she just wants it.
I mean, sure. That's a very fucking poggers woman.
You know what? Mood.
Actually, no, she's not poggers. She's fucking terrifying. She's a little gremlin, and I love her.
I would like for you to know
I
that
mean, I'm dating a gremlin, so I guess
Mike
that's my
hates
cup of
you
tea.
for enjoying sleepy demon girl anime.
I wanted
I mean, to be honest, Mike hates anime.
I wanted
My
to
co-host
like.
to watch that. It's boring.
Yeah, so what I wanted to say, and I didn't even know Mike was in the chat. Hey, Mike. That's why the only anime things I listen to is the Gigaboots, Dragon Ball Z movie, and Bleach anime casts, because they make fun of the bad stuff in those things, and they're pretty entertaining. And the We Hate Anime podcast, because that one I listen for actual opinions. Listen, I'm not. Listen, I.
Natural chill there.
That's
I would like
a beautiful
to compliment you. There's not a single shred of sarcasm in this voice right now. That was a completely tasteful and totally professionally handled chill there. I do not hate you in any way whatsoever.
You know,
I am scared.
when you say that, that doesn't sound sincere at all. That
I
like
mean-
you are going well, and then this last sentence just undermines all sincerity that you were aiming for.
No. I mean, in all seriousness, I adore the Gigaboots podcast network. They are really good. That guy just got run over by a car. I adore them. Here's the thing. I cannot take some of their opinions seriously, because when I was listening to the Castlevania Season 3 spoiler cast, which, you know, is not an anime, but anime adjacent, let's call it, it was painful, because they were shitting on it for an hour by telling you stuff that either doesn't happen in the show or their interpretation of it was wrong. And like when because me and two people that I was talking to at the time both just finished watching the season 3 of that show, and we were like one of them was like, listen, I know you are literally finishing listening to this spoiler cast out of sheer curiosity. I think your brain cells might be dying if you keep going forward. It was really bad.
That sounds amazing.
So yeah. And they have announced that they will do a season 4 spoiler cast. I am terrified.
Oh no, I need to watch season 4.
Me too. I've watched 2 episodes.
Mike is getting ready to watch FLCL Progressive and Alternative, and all I can say is I am so fucking sorry.
I have never watched FLCL.
Is my ass getting dragged into this? I'm kind of scared if it is.
I don't know. So anyway, other things I did. Okay, so this is gonna be funny. It's not video games, but it's video games adjacent. I have watched the first 2 Mortal Kombat movies. For those of you who don't know, that's the original Mortal Kombat with Christopher Lambert and Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
Yes.
No, you're gonna stop everything you're saying and mention who directed them.
The first one, W.S. Anderson. The second one, I don't fucking know nobody.
Also him.
All W.S.
No, it was a different dude. I checked. I checked the credits.
That's why Paul Anderson was so gung-ho on directing every single Resident Evil film after the first one.
Okay, now to be honest, this needs context. This and what's the fucking horror movie he made?
Event Horizon.
Event Horizon.
Yep.
Those 2 are good, and they precede the Resident Evil Mila Jovovich arc of his life.
Okay, hold on. We have to stop there. There's another one that needs to be defended and properly spoken for, and that is Aliens vs. Predator.
Oh, he directed the first one. That one was decent. If that movie wasn't PG-13, it would have been good.
I think AVP1 was fucking amazing, and in my head, where I see the R-rated version, it's a fucking 10 out of 10.
Yeah, that movie would have been good if it wasn't. Haley. So anyway, About the Mortal Kombat movies, the first movie is good. It's unironically good. It's well paced. It has great music. It has just enough characters to make sense. There is some weird stuff in it. Christopher Lambert, and this is gonna sound weird considering this movie is like 25 years younger. Christopher Lambert, if Witcher 3 was a thing back then, would play Geralt. His Raiden is just Geralt. There's like the tone of his voice, the accent, everything. It's just Geralt from Rivia.
No, I see that.
Hey, Eli.
Yeah?
No, I was saying hello to your girlfriend. Go on.
Yeah, so there is some cool fight scenes, some really great choreography. Shang Tsung is fucking amazing. Holy shit, that dude loves being a piece of shit. He's basically Raul Julia and bisoning his way through that movie. It's honestly insane. So yeah, go watch the first Mortal Kombat movie.
Yes,
also,
great.
go watch the second Mortal Kombat movie.
No, it's awful.
Now, here is a summary in 2 sentences of that movie by Looney, the person I watched it with. Number 1. This movie is as enjoyable as the first movie for all the different reasons. That's number 1. And number 2 is... God damn it, I forgot.
This is way more than whatever you were going to say at this moment.
Great job.
No, listen. I've been sick for 3 days and I went out of work at 10 p.m. You can't blame me for this.
No,
Also,
I
Annihilation.
don't blame you. I blame Annihilation for being a shitty, forgettable movie.
Here's the thing. It's not forgettable in the sense that it's so insanely stupid, man.
No.
Like, here's an example. Scorpion dies in the first movie, and I mean like fucking dies, like gets evaporated, exploded, there's nothing left. He is gone. There is nothing left. He just casually shows up in the second movie. Screams get over here in Ed Boon's voice because they got Ed Boon to voice him. Has an extended fighting sequence with Sub-Zero, right? Then kidnaps Kitana, screams at the top of his lungs, suckers, and teleports away. And neither him nor Sub-Zero are ever mentioned ever again in the entire movie. They are not addressed at all. They are just gone.
I think you wanted to say that Ed Boon got them to let him voice Scorpion.
Yeah, for 2 lines.
That's all he ever wanted.
Nightwolf appears for a scene, then is gone. They replaced Raiden's actor, and like, just he looks exactly the same, but has a completely different voice, which is weird. They replaced Johnny Cage's voice, Johnny Cage's actor. They kill him in 5 minutes of the movie, and he has like 1 line. There's an entire fucking plot line about how Kitana fucking is the only one who can break the spell that Shao Kahn has over Sindel. And it turns out that Shao Kahn just lied. She cannot do that. They get Sindel, they try to break the spell, it doesn't work, and Sindel goes like, man, you guys are fucking stupid, huh? And that's it. Okay, so Jade is in this movie, and she has 2 faces, because she betrays the party. The moment she turns evil, makeup appears on her face. It was not there before. And that's the only change.
Are you a woman or an evil woman puts on lipstick?
God, there was something else that I wanted to talk about. Shao Kahn is the funniest dude. He looks like the fucking mummy from The Mummy. He looks like that guy. I cannot take him seriously. And he speaks with the weirdest fucking voice. It's insane.
He looks like Emo-Chip?
Yeah, look him up when he takes the helmet off. He looks like he's the bad guy from The Mummy.
He does, yeah.
God, there's so much wrong with this movie. It's honestly amazing. It's like plot lines get dropped all the time. Stryker and Cabal get killed off screen. Oh, I know what I wanted to mention. So Shao Kahn has like 7 generals underneath him, right? It's like Mortaro, Shiva, Ermac, Noob Saibot, and some like 2 other game characters, I forget honestly. Only one of them gets killed by the heroes. And at the final fight, like at the final showdown, it's Shao Kahn and 3 of them. The entire rest of them is completely dead. And the reason why is because Shao Kahn got pissy and threw Noob Saibot into flames. He broke Jade's neck and did a bunch of other things because he got so salty. So he just killed his own team in between scenes. And during the final showdown, it's also super funny because Jax has metallic arms. So he's gonna take on Mortaro because he's the big strong guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got this. Liu Kang is obviously gonna fight Shao Kahn because it's for combat. Kitana is gonna fight Sindel because it's her mother, right?
Yep.
Okay, so that leaves us with Sonya Blade, and she has to fight Ermac. And I want you guys to guess what the movie's like connection between the two is.
Nothing.
Literally. Sonya says, I am okay with the leftovers. And proceeds to beat on Ermac.
Nancy Chan.
And like, that movie is hilarious to watch. Ray Park plays Raiden in some scenes because his Raiden stunt double. It's great. It's the best fighting game movie Ray Park was ever in. Fuck the KOF 2010 movie.
I was gonna say.
Listen, he plays a good Rugal, but I never want to see that movie ever again. And God, there was one. Oh yeah, there was another fucking. This movie has so many like dropped plot lines, man. Like it's a mess. Like I have described it as a vague collection of clips that form an cinematic experience in a movie shape. There is like, man, this guy's getting hyped about the cash. Like there is, it's fucking amazing. If you want to have a good time, I honestly think that this movie is comparable to the Street Fighter Raul Julia movie in terms of this isn't good, but I'm loving this.
Fair.
That's the way I feel about the first, the second Resident Evil movie.
Is that the one with Nemesis and the zombie hookers?
Yes.
That's very specific.
That's literally the only 2 things I remember from that movie. There's a scene where a black guy drives around Raccoon City and there are zombie hookers.
I think it's Apocalypse, isn't it? Resident Evil Apocalypse is the second one.
Dude, the fact that none of those movies have numbers and there are 8 of them, I am not able to tell you.
No, I will stand behind this with very... I will stand behind it firmly. It is not a great or amazing movie, but in terms of how much I enjoy something, the second Resident Evil film is fantastic, and I think it's one of the only few good films that Paul W.S. Anderson has made.
I mean, Resident Evil 1 and 2, the movies are fine. Like, if you go back and watch Resident Evil 1, the movie, it's like, yeah, I can see why they took the laser scene, the laser corridor to RE4. Like, this is pretty sick.
I mean, yeah, it is pretty sick.
They really like that laser corridor scene because it appeared in Dead Aim as well.
I mean, it's a sick scene, man.
It was a really good scene, yeah.
Apocalypse is an attempt to do Resident Evil 3, and it wasn't complete shit, and it didn't completely miss the mark.
So yeah, that's my Mortal Kombat minute. Go watch those movies. I have not yet seen the new Mortal Kombat movie. I guess you guys know what we are preparing for now.
Just to add to
yeah, you're preparing for that movie to be shit.
I mean, it might be.
I've been told it's really good.
I've been told it's pretty bad.
A lot of people have told me it's been pretty good.
I mean, most people I know say it's pretty good, but then again, most people told me Mortal Kombat 9 is a good game, and boy, was that a lie.
Oof.
So anyway, listen, I'm picky about my fighting games. Mortal Kombat X is sick, though. That game is amazing.
Well,
I was gonna say, just to lead on from the Mortal Kombat movie talk. Mortal Kombat the movie eventually led into Food Fight.
Excuse me?
The
What?
anime manga Food Fight.
It led into the complete and utter box office bomb. Well, it wasn't even a box office. It released straight
Box
to
office
DVD.
God, I confused Food Fight with Food Wars.
No.
Clarify and explain what you're talking about, because this is news to me.
So, the reason why the Mortal Kombat movie kind of happened was because a gentleman called Lawrence Kasdanov kind of saw someone playing Mortal Kombat and saw a dollar sign.
That guy is like mentioned 20 times in the credits of Annihilation.
He's fucking insane. He's like, he's the reason why Annihilation happened, and he's also the reason why, again, Paul Anderson was like, yeah, no, I'm never dropping a series ever again, because Paul Anderson like went to do Event Horizon, as we mentioned earlier, because that's why he turned down Annihilation, and then Annihilation happened, and he was like, oh
I've
god,
made a huge mistake.
I have made a huge mistake. I mean, to be honest, kind of did, because I think if Event Horizon had any other director other than Paul Anderson, that would have been a solid 10. I honestly think that movie would have been like a solid 10.
I mean, that movie, Event Horizon isn't a bad movie.
It's not a bad movie. It's just
the problem with it is that it. I don't even know where to start. The problem with it is that it doesn't go far enough into the weird, stupid shit that it wants to go into. Because there's some weird, fucked up shit in that movie, and then you hear about the things that were in the Lost Cut, and you read about tearing breasts off during an orgy, and I'm like, oh, this is what you wanted to do, huh?
So yeah, let's not to spoil the conversation or express like I'm upset with you guys or anything. There is a Red Letter Media review of Event Horizon. Everything you could want to know and more about Event Horizon is in that review.
Ooh, I haven't watched that one.
Yeah, I don't watch Red Letter Media, but I will watch this one.
Probably
Okay, so
But anyway, sorry. Going back to just very quickly, sorry, because
it's been nice having Booth part of Council Mechanica. Booth, what are your final words for being part of Council Mechanica?
This is the first time I'm getting cancelled on anything. It's really exciting. I want to thank my mom.
It's 2-1 because I don't watch Red Letter Media either. Fuck you.
Well, now all of Krakow is getting carpet bombed.
It's been nice knowing you all. I'm gonna go drive my car into a wall now.
See ya.
Listen, I have watched the Mr. Pinklet reviews.
Okay, guys, new management. First order, we are going to play some animated games.
I have my... Okay, listen, Senran Kagura Burst Renewal got patched on the PS5. I'm fucking ready.
Let's fucking go. Okay, Senran Kagura.
Sorry, it got a PS5 boost?
No, it removed the graphical bug that appeared when you were playing it on the PS5, fucking up all the shading.
Okay, alright.
I mean, that game cannot get a PS5 boost. It's already at 60.
What was I gonna... So there were 3 topics that I needed to bring up before we wrap for today, because they're ones we absolutely have to talk about. I am gonna drop something in the chat that should be spoiler free, but I am going to tell Tidu to not worry about reading this. This will just be something that me and Zhao and Booth talked about. Zhao is going to be able to have some extra commentary on it, having first-hand experience. Booth will kind of just be able to look at it and relate it to other situations that have been similar to this. I am not going to name this person just in case they were to, God forbid, stumble upon the stream and try and talk shit or whatever. But
spicy.
A 3D modeler for an X3D modeler for a game development company was responsible for a discussion making the rounds about 2 or 3 weeks ago, or about 2 weeks ago, shortly after Resident Evil Village dropped.
Alright, I know what you're going to talk about.
Yeah, I was going to say, Zhao knows exactly what I'm talking about. I need to look up this guy and find his exact series of tweets. But to keep a long story short, and I'm going to link those tweets to Booth as soon as I go to the actual account. To keep a long story short, the guy is essentially championing Lady D from Resident Evil 8 Village because she is, anti-quote, a simple cartoon monster of the week-esque villain.
I mean,
no.
What do you mean? The fact that she doesn't appear in Resident Evil 9 is making her that? Because that's every Resident Evil villain, my man.
Yeah, they fucking die.
Yeah, it's either
Like
this person sped run the game, didn't bother looking up any of the lore, and just went, oh well, this person, we've only had like 2 seconds of this character, and even then just didn't pay attention to any of the stuff that she was doing. Like, you get a feel for the kind of shit that Lady Dimitrescu goes through from the get-go when she has a little spat with Heisenberg.
Yes.
Like,
the best way we can go into it without full-blown spoilers is that Lady D's story, while it quote-unquote wraps at a certain point of the game, is informed and extended by the story of the other antagonists in the game before ultimately coalescing into one big reveal about the main antagonist of the game and their intent, further contextualizing everybody in the game's behaviors to an extent that I don't want to talk about because, again, we're trying to not ruin it for Tidu. And we're trying to not make it happen.
I felt that got further reinforced by the second lore that you come through and what they say to you when you confront them face to face. And
I mean,
it's probably one of the most heartbreaking things I've come across.
I'm just fucking thinking about the sentence "villain of the week" and I'm like, what does this mean in this context? It's like, what, the fucking every single boss from Devil May Cry 5 that's not Virgil is the villain of the week because they are not Virgil?
Yeah, exactly. Don't you know that real villains are the ones that come back from death 50 times and you just can't get enough of them? They're not irritating at all.
I'm so glad like they put Wesker to bed and they've kept him pretty much gone. Like, as much as I love Wesker as a character, and I really don't think 5 should have, like... 5 I'm at odds with, because I think they blew the load of Wesker. I think Wesker should have lasted, like, another couple of games, but whatever. You know, with Revelation 2, as bad as that was, I liked Alex Wesker. And I like the fact that, you know, Revelations 2 ends on a really downer ending.
I mean, the problem with Wesker in RE5 is that it's followed by RE6, so if Wesker was back, he would probably be bad.
Yeah, true.
Hey,
And I mean, he had his son, and there's a whole question of, well, maybe his son's evil, and it's like, no, just Jake.
I mean, yeah, but it's also Resident Evil 6, so it goes nowhere.
There it goes. Yeah, exactly. Just like Code Veronica Rex with Steve. But yeah,
like, I'm trying to think of like, because Resident Evil as a series doesn't have recurring villains. The closest one is Wesker, and that's like 2 games. I know he's in the background of RE4, but come on, man. He's literally in like 2 games.
1, Code Veronica Rex, and then, but obviously, like you say, background of 4, where he had like the best theme in Mercenaries.
Yeah, but it's like, and what else is like, and that's the most recurring villain Resident Evil has ever had. Because usually it's like some bad military guy, scientist man, I guess.
Usually some kind of terrorist.
Yeah.
Like with Resident Evil 4, it was Sadler trying to play it being, like this prophet, this like, head honcho, like this big religion thing, when really he was just another bioterrorist. Dead Aim, which my first girlfriend refers to as, oh no, Capcom were accidentally transphobic. The game. Morpheus was like an eco-terrorist who was obsessed with beauty.
Okay, so I'm reading the tweet that Null has just posted, and I'm sorry, this has tremendous fucking Aloy Horizon is the new standard for writing strong, independent female characters energy.
I am going to read the tweets as I think they need to be read in succession. First, what got me thinking about Lady D in the context of games that have come out of the past decade. If you've been paying attention to a lot of prestige game releases, like the Last of Us series, you have heard of the dadification of
prestige.
If you aren't familiar, it's basically the idea that the median aged man in game dev has finally hit the age where he's having kids, and it's reflected in games that get made and published. Last of Us is the biggest, shiniest example. A few years back,
sure, man.
Content with dads doing dad stuff viewed through the lens of very Western macho ideas of what manhood and a dad is. Lots of games with lost wives and children and dudes getting revenge. I have a lot of thoughts about the dadification of games and how it's representative of some incredibly toxic masculinity tropes.
No.
Hold on, I'm getting to the point. Anyway,
you're fucking choking mute on stream.
No, don't worry about it. The moment has passed.
Before I get into this, I don't think Lady D represents the mommification of games. Absolutely not. 100%. However, I do think she represents a sea of change in how women are being thought of as characters in games. Lady D isn't a complex or particularly interestingly written character. She is a cartoon villain.
Yes, she is!
Yes, she is a Resident Evil villain, yes. What else we got?
It's Resident Evil.
Yeah. Zao, can you confirm with me that that is the completely incorrect interpretation of that character?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, she is a Resident Evil villain, so she does have that level of ham.
Yes, but it is only in her performance.
That's in her performance, and that is surface level.
And that is where it ends, because Lady D marks a change for the complexity and depth of Resident Evil villains, in the context of it being front-facing and clear for the viewer to find.
Hey, remember how in Resident Evil 5 that cab is not activated, activated?
That what?
I think that cab is not activated.
Maybe.
Remember how in Resident Evil 5 Wesker keeps going on about his complete global saturations and Ouroboros releasing into the atmosphere and whatever, blah 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 blah, and Chris is like, Do you get all your ideas from comic book villains?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, this guy doesn't. I'm fucking amazed at the term mummification. It's also using The Last of Us as an example of anything in the year 2021 is hilarious. By the way, hey guys, if you want to suffer with me, The Last of Us 2 got patched on the PS5. I can play it now and it probably won't crash, maybe, I don't know.
You know what? Speaking of suffering, I'm very grateful to Lady D that she is taking the hit away from Kaine, who would probably get those shitty think pieces if it wasn't for that.
There's something to be said when like
had that. I know a lot of people who found out about Kaine's circumstances and ending up pissing off quite a few. A couple of people who I know who are intersex.
Oh, really?
They're trying to say, "Oh well, Kaine is transphobic." It's like she's intersex.
Yeah, she is. That's the whole point.
I mean,
That's the whole point of that.
Isn't she literally confirmed to be a hermaphrodite?
Intersex, yes.
Like literally intersex.
Yeah.
What intersex is. Yeah, she's literally that, and just people are like she's transphobic. It's like, sorry, but there are people out there who have been naturally born with both sets of genitals.
People are very real. They're very much our real life hermaphrodites.
Mummy milkers will be released into the atmosphere, ensuring complete global mummification.
Complete global mummification.
Thanks, guy.
But I need to cap off this guy's commentary about Resident Evil Village and his poor interpretation, because literally in the next 2 tweets he makes the most misogynistic and sexist observations ever by saying for the first 30 to 40 years of game, women characters were largely represented as victims, sex toys, and objects for little boys to think about during jerk-off sections.
Are you shitting me?
They still are, largely. All you have to do is look at recent games and their marketing to understand that. And he posts...
Give me a title.
...not pictures of Lara Croft, Blood Rain, and fucking Tifa.
Blood Rain didn't get a new game in 10 years. Like, that series has not been a thing for a decade. Also, I'm sorry, Samus Aran, Aerith, Tifa, fucking Lara Croft,
Terra, Sellers.
All the fucking female leads in fucking Final Fantasy 14. Technically speaking, fuck it, let's throw it in there. Lightning. Fucking, oh god, what's the character from 11? The Lalafell Magus
Shantoto.
lady. Shantoto. Even technically Cosmos from Dissidia. Fucking
literally are...
Dissidia literally is between a rock and a hard place, having to go, I don't know what the fuck to do. I am literally an embodiment of all light and good energy in the world, but I know that I can't keep doing this because I'm enabling a cycle of rebirth and death that shouldn't exist.
There is something to be said about people who like come out of is too dignified of a term, fucking slime their way out of the manhole that they live in every now and again when a game with a big woman, a big female character, as in huge part of the marketing comes out, and they write this thing that's trying to be, about how, oh yeah, video games are finally quote unquote growing up, and it either comes off as you don't fucking know anything about video games, or you are a sexist, or quite possibly most of the time both. Maybe shut the fuck up.
I'm not gonna play devil's advocate. I've so much, but I do have a friend who works in journalism, not video game journalism, because they actually have life aspirations. Hey! But I do. She has told me that sometimes she will write things that wants to write, and then the editor will the main editor will get a hold of it, and they'll just write absolute fucking trash, or just cut it down to like the most bare minimum, and then put it out to everyone, and then basically all you're left is like with this really, or like they'll be like, oh well, here's a title. It's like, well, that's got nothing to do with the piece that I'm writing. Which I don't think is the case. Which obviously isn't the case in this one, but yeah, just sometimes like it might not be like that person writing it. It might, it's cases like it could be the editor.
Yeah, that's that's a possibility like all the time. But at the same time, it's like, I'm gonna use Laura Kate Dale as an example. Yeah, the situation with Persona 5 was because of her editor being a piece of shit. We know that now. Even though that's he blew it up, but the idea that she thought this is a story worth writing about in those circumstances is on her.
Oh yeah,
like,
totally.
I'm sorry, that woman got like a tip apparently from some guy 2 years after Persona 5 came out. She got a tip from some guy saying, there's the word retard in the lyrics of one of the songs of Persona 5, and she was like, oh man, this is a story worth following. I'm a story
we'll just not do any research on, because obviously that, like I say, I'm not going to put that, like I said, it's not all instances, and you do get cases where people just don't.
Like, personally, my fucking, whenever people are trying to be progressive about female characters, my all-time quote-unquote favorite is fucking Horizon Girl, Aloy Horizon. The reason why is because she barely counts as a character. Like, she has no personality, she doesn't do all that much, but because the game is badly written and it's a mess. But she is fucking hailed as this, oh, you're doing the CEO meeting, huh? Have fucking fun! She is a fucking, the story is a mess, she has no personality, she doesn't do anything, everyone hails her as a savior in-game, and then, that game came out in 2017, by the way. She got, by multiple outlets, she got called the best female protagonist of that year, the year Nier Automata came out.
Same thing happened with Lightning in Final Fantasy 13. I know, I'm sorry, no, you just mentioned her as like an example, but Lightning is another character where she doesn't have a character at all, and this is something that's kind of being confirmed by several Japanese people, where it's like, yeah, no, the whole point of Lightning is that you can like transplant a personality onto her.
I mean,
she's there to be malleable, to be like, oh, she is waifu based.
Mute. The colors in the bottom left are the strong and weaknesses of you need to match them with the color of your employees, and under the health bar of each of the investors, there's a number that says confidence or something like that. I don't know. Your employee you should use an employee that has a bigger number than that underneath their health bar.
Alright.
Also press triangle.
I can't.
Not right now, if you're not directly arguing with one of the investors.
Okay.
Yeah, the level 3 animation is amazing. I love it. So yeah, this mini game is really fun. Just those are the pointers I wanted to give you, because when you use the same color, it destroys 2 shields in one hit.
Okay.
When you use the color that color is weak to, it destroys all 3. And when you use the color that it's weak to that color, it destroys only 1, so it's important.
Okay, I see.
But yeah.
So we have to. I want to close out the talk about these female characters things. by pointing out that this guy who I'm discussing is an ex-3D modeler for Insomniac Games.
Is that so?
But he must be so mad he didn't get to work on Rivet. Oh, you mean Insomniac Games? The guys that made this game called Spider-Man, the biggest problem of which was Mary Jane Watson being a fucking insane psychopath? This checks out. Now, not to shit on Insomniac or Spider-Man, I'm sorry, that version of Mary Jane is like intolerable. She is awful. I hate her with every fabric of my being.
The only good thing is Bailey's performance.
Actually, Void, do you want to keep Yakuza going for like an hour and wrap it up there and like do long disco on Saturday? Because I'll be honest, I don't think I can do disco justice at this moment.
Let's go ahead and apologize to Grendius in advance. I think that is going to be the smarter call.
Sorry,
I mean, to be honest, you have a job interview tomorrow, so I don't think you should be doing disco today.
I learned of that this morning, so that's why.
Yeah. It's fine. Life is happening.
Yeah, let's just do another hour of Yakuza because we still have stuff to talk about.
Now, to be fair, I would highly advise you to go on with the main plot.
I mean, I was doing side quests all day today. I probably will to finish off.
All right, so the thing that will be no longer than 5 or 10 minutes that I have been delaying us talking about, and we'll try and talk about it so you guys can chime in, is FanFest and Endwalker stuff. And how everybody wants to destroy that bunny femboy.
Okay, listen. There are two things I know about that thing from Twitter, because my Twitter exploded because I follow like a bunch of weebs who play FF14. Every single FF14 player is either female or gay. They want to rip that guy apart, like either that or get fucked by him into oblivion.
Yes.
That's the only thing I know.
To be fair, to probably give some context to it, it's actually a really big reveal. Because the era from Final Fantasy, not for the Final Fantasy Tactics, Tactics Advance, Advance 2, and obviously Final Fantasy 12, and the creator of the Evely series never really revealed Vieira males. He gave some background lore of them, but they were never actually revealed, and he was like dead excited for this as well. And this is like the first time we've actually seen them in game, and the fact that they are just fucking androgynous as fuck. I am living for that. That is transition goals right there.
Yes, that is Mike saying he spent $120 to get back into 14 because of FanFest, and it's like, yeah, there's a lot of people who got broken by this.
There's a lot of goodwill's being earned, and I think
Bunny boy, pussy.
Fucking money.
Blower right now.
Now the second thing I know about the FanFest is that the composer of FF14 is the walking embodiment of the average enjoyer meme.
Why is that?
Because
he was hiding the fact that he had cancer for like a year and worked on the game's soundtrack from hospital during the pandemic.
Not only that, worked on his best part of the soundtrack.
Well, yeah, and it's this whole thing about how the track he was working on while he was in the hospital essentially evoked his issues of feeling like he was about to glimpse the end of his life, and that was conveyed into To the Edge.
Bye, bitch!
I actually can't listen to that song anymore because I was like, holy shit, and I went back to the Edge with the lyrics on it, and I actually started choking up really badly.
I'm going to apologize in advance if the guys end up echoing. Okay, fine. sorry. This motherfucker outside is running their blower, and it is so loud that it was drowning you guys out.
Is he fucking drinking a white monster?
No, but he's across the street and he doesn't know any better, and it's something that the guy does because he doesn't have anything else going on in his life. But I think he just finished, so
He's
sorry about
styling on those sleeves. How dare you?
Continues out.
So yeah, sorry, I was just saying like how you know it makes that song hit different. It's like how I was mentioning last week how the song "Yearning for Dark Shadows" and that whole shell story of the Village of Shadows just hits so much more differently when you finish it. Like actually having the actual context behind To the Edge makes it a bit of a painful song to listen to. It was like, my god, this could have been like the last we would have heard from him. You know where.
Yeah, they were lining up new composers, and I think Soken was giving input on the people that they were looking at, right?
Yeah. And I think what was the most heartbreaking thing was just seeing how Yoshida was when Soken was talking about it, because like Yoshida had his back to the crowd for a good part of that. So that this is like, you know, his boss, the lead producer, was like trying not to cry in front of people.
Yeah.
Which was heartbreaking.
You know, it explains. It also explains something like when he was doing the fucking 5.2 part 2 live stream reveal, where he was like slowly breaking down over the shit of having to talk about the modding scene. It's like, oh man, he probably wasn't entirely as upset about that. He was probably thinking, I can't believe I have to fucking talk about this and prioritize this shit while my fucking friend is in the hospital and dealing with all this crap. I can't believe I'm having to waste time talking about this garbage because some people can't fucking control themselves.
Pretty much, yeah.
Emil, do you want to play Killer 7?
What did you say?
It's a question from the chat if Mute will play Killer 7.
I am playing it right now. I just am really bad at sticking to it because I was losing my mind over editing for the past 2 weeks.
My intent is for us to tackle the Suda 51 verse at some point.
Foreman's been talking about.
Oh yeah, apparently the Steam version of Killer 7 is not fucked up.
It kinda is. No, it is fucked up because it has like tooltips for pads and not for keyboard and mouse. But aside from that, it runs well, so yeah.
Okay.
I mean, listen, I have a PS2 copy of that game, so...
Yeah. Oh, but flowers are dry. Shut the fuck up! I can't play all Suna games at the same time. Holy fuck! People, get a hang on.
You can only handle 1/7 at a time.
Hey, shit, where'd it go?
Get it?
So.
Get it? Get it?
Yeah, because Suda games are not very good.
No, because he's playing Yakuza 7. Alright, anyway.
Anyway.
So, to go back to the 14th for a bit.
That's 2 times 7.
I am fucking driving to home right now. This deserves death.
Don't look at the concept art. The Yoshitaka Amano art for Endwalker. Don't watch that trailer.
Oh yeah, don't watch Square Enix trailers, huh?
Oh god,
Gee.
I need to speak about this.
It's time to be raced against the Chinese.
FanFest happened, big Final Fantasy 14 event. So obviously, the World of Warcraft streamers were out in full force.
Oh my god, I heard about this.
Okay, if you are, I'm sorry, if you are gonna, I assume what you're gonna say, and I might be wrong about what you're gonna say, but I'm gonna say it anyway. If you stand World of Warcraft in the year of our Lord 2021, get help.
There are only 4 things good about World of Warcraft. and they are, in order from best to worst, goblins, Vulpera, gnomes, dwarves.
Is this
Notice
about
how
porn?
he didn't mention anything about the gameplay there.
They
I
are
mean,
the good things about that game.
Jesus Christ!
oh man, Nancy did nothing, huh?
She poisoned them, I suppose. Oh, sorry.
So yeah. Anyway,
yeah. So World of
yeah,
Warcraft.
that's why I refuse to call it a hot take because fuck you, it's a Blizzard game. But that's my take about standing WoW.
See, I play WoW is like my off game when I just need a game where I don't need my brain to play. But there's and there are good things about World of Warcraft, like how and I will admit, the world feels lived in to a point. I think Elder Scrolls Online does that better.
Yes.
Elder Scrolls breaks my heart because if fucking Mythic devs learned what balance was, would be golden. But anyway, and also none of this FOMO bullshit with the lockboxes.
Yeah, I can't agree with this enough. ESO would be a much better game if it was devoid of all the MTX bullshit and there was some better balance tuning that was happening in that game.
Balance tuning, but
So if it wasn't a Bethesda game, gotcha.
No, that's absolutely not the issue because it feels like a Bethesda game and that's not the problem. It's just a giant Elder Scrolls sandbox that is fucked over by attaching artificial and forced monetization onto it that feels unnatural and like it's a parasite to the game.
Pretty much, yeah. Like every month there is a different lockbox and it's for like different skins and things like that, and it's like, oh my god, guys, enough, stop. You know, it's not only the fact that like you've got subscriptions that people can thingy on. You're doing expansions every year, which is another 30 quid that you're getting. Just fucking stop. You don't need. Final Fantasy 14 has kind of proven that if they just balanced the game better, added a few more players here and there. I know that's a bit of a troll task, but again, it was already halfway there. They could have had the Realm Reborn moment because again, ESO had a very shit launch, and they could have had. They were halfway there. And then they went loot box, and they're going to be on a rotational basis, and we're going to bring out new loot boxes every month, or every couple of months.
I was genuinely surprised when everyone started to like talk positively about ESO at some point because when that game launched, it wasn't a Fallout 76 because let's be real, what could be, but it was pretty much the Old Republic.
Apparently the Old Republic got fixed too.
Launch, and again, just I don't know, man. It just seems to be something about Western devs and Korean devs in general. Well, I was going to say Korean devs, but Korean publishers, where you know they just go, all right, okay, this game had a shit launch. Let's just not put 100% effort behind it, and you know, we've just seen Final Fantasy 14 has just done a complete rebound. Let's not do that whilst
I mean, the problem with that is that as great as FF14 is, it's not the only reason, but it's a huge part of the reason why during 7th Gen, Square East, Square Japan, basically released Final Fantasy 13 3 times and that's it.
Yeah.
I am officially putting a ban on the topic of anything that is Final Fantasy XIV has funded Square Enix projects, because I will literally just sit here and throw big frog screeching autistic temper tantrums because I have talked this talking point to death and I cannot do it any further. I will go into a tirade that nobody will enjoy and will probably drive people away. So I have to put the kibosh on that discussion altogether. I will throw a big shitting temper tantrum.
I mean, what I mean is kind of the opposite. That game was the reason why Square was able to found a lot of shit.
Did go out and say because Final Fantasy 14 was like the launch was so bad, they had to like again they blamed Final Fantasy 14 on Kane and Lynch 2.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, Kane and Lynch is, you know, if you need something to blame on, Kane and Lynch is a good fucking thing.
Yep.
Now that being said, it's obviously not the only reason. Before Square started using Unreal Engine 4, they made 2 proprietary engines that they used for one game and never again because they sucked. Which is also a problem.
And it is a big problem because the Luminous engine, or whatever the fuck it's called, trying to build an MMO on that was clearly a large task, and the devs are still to this day trying to just get spaghetti code. That is that engine that's, you know, causing a lot of stuff to break, and you know, causing a lot of problems that I haven't encountered. You know, like again, because it's World of Warcraft, the world feels alive. There's like loads of different like RP features and things like that, which I quite enjoy as a role player myself.
Grand use. Its Luminous engine is being used for Forspoken, because Forspoken is being made by the Square division that made the Luminous engine.
So yeah,
What I'm meaning to say, what I was referring to is, I just don't ever want to talk about the topic that is how Final Fantasy 14 has essentially been funding all the projects within Square Enix as of late, because it makes me absolutely furious knowing that a significant amount of the profits is coming out of 14 through no fault of the current devs is being spent on other projects. Makes me want to grab hold of certain higher ups in Square Enix and choke them until they die.
I mean, to be fair, I am still...
It's why the devs turned around and said, look, it's why Creative Studio 13 said why we've got the cash shop. I've actually kind of basically just went into full sassy bitch mode with people over the whale mount, the Lunar whale mount, because they're like, oh, the Lunar whale mount's ugly. It's really expensive. I wouldn't pay that much. It's like, right, okay. 1, Final Fantasy 4 reference, and a massive mark for that, so that's subjective. 2, it's account-wide, and they've already mentioned several times that they have issues with making things account-wide. Again, it's part of the spaghetti code, which I'm glad that they've actually worked through with that. 3, and this is the most important one, all profits from the Square Enix shop Final Fantasy 14 go directly to Creative Studio 13.
Okay, so when did this start happening?
This has been a thing since the beginning.
Finally awake.
So
if you buy anything from the cash shops, if you buy the Fantasy, so basically, you know, fucking hell, Fantasia addicts fueling Final Fantasy.
So what you're telling me is that instead of it being that money was going to be wasted on shit like Avengers and a whole bunch of other crap that nobody wanted, all the money that was being spent in the cash shop this whole time was going towards Final Fantasy.
It goes towards Final Fantasy 14. They say 100% of the return.
Okay, so
you know, since you have,
and now I'm not gonna have my big old temper tantrums anymore.
Now, since you have mentioned Avengers, I just gotta say one thing. Now, another very important aspect of this conversation is that we need to point out that let's call it IDOS or Square West, however you want to call it.
Square West.
Square West was a gigantic money sink for the past decade.
Yep.
That division of Square either made nothing of value or killed anything of value they could have made.
They should have stopped making Tomb Raider games and should have put more time and effort into the Deus Ex games.
They shouldn't even have to. They shouldn't even have had to stop making Tomb Raider games. They should have not release them in a fucked up way that undermine their sales. Because let's fucking recount. Tomb Raider 2013 sold 8 million copies, but that game was so fucking expensive to make, it was still a financial failure. Rise of the Tomb Raider launched as an Xbox One and Windows Store, not even Steam, Windows Store exclusive for like half a year or a year, I don't remember honestly, during the time when Xbox was at its worst, because that was literally right after the, Kinect and sharing games fucking DRM thing they did. And Shadow of the Tomb Raider released between Spider-Man PlayStation 4 and Red Dead Redemption 2. It was 1 month was that game, second month was that game, and Shadow was squeezed in between them, and it sold jack shit.
It's the Titanfall 2 of Square Enix.
Yeah.
I mean, at least Titanfall 2 still kinda sorta lives in its own right. And I don't mean Apex Legends. Tomb Raider as a franchise, in terms of at least AAA action games, I will be shocked if we get a next Tomb Raider game anywhere that's not the very end of this gen.
So that's interesting news for you to inform me of, Zao, and I appreciate you letting me know that stuff about Creative Division.
13.
That doesn't explain why then that 14 has continued to stagnate into not evolving or adding more depth to the game and having most of its combat essentially be a rhythm game.
I mean, it is getting more depth. They are adding more stuff to it, thankfully. Like, it's just the problem that they're having is they've got to prioritize, and they've said it several times. They've got to prioritize what they can do with the servers.
Right.
This comes from This comes from designing an MMO for the fucking PlayStation 3 first. So they do, but again, this is, it was built on an engine that was designed for a single player game only. It was an in-house engine. They should have really just went with like Crytek or Unreal 4.
No, they shouldn't have. I'm gonna stop you on that. I mean, FF14 is way earlier than Unreal 4. It's a couple of years earlier. And B, they shouldn't have went with Crytek. That engine is cursed. Do not do shit on Crytek.
Look at Far Cry 2.
No, but okay. Wait, was a Far Cry 2 on Crytek?
Yes.
Well, okay, so that's possibly the only game that is on CryEngine.
Far Cry 2 is the exception to the rule.
Yeah, Far Cry 2 is like the only CryEngine game that like runs at like a double-digit frames per second on the console. And this is a problem that isn't like, oh, the PS3 was shit or whatever. This is a problem that games on the PlayStation 4 have.
Yeah.
Hell, Crytek themselves cannot make Crysis Remastered run decently on the PS5.
Okay, so Max just awoke my fight or flight, and I'm sure I'm about to do the same for you if you aren't reading chat. Sonic Boom was made in the Cry engine.
Oh yeah, you didn't know?
Yeah, no, yeah, I know that.
Oh, the reason why it was made into CryEngine was because it was meant to be a PlayStation 4 Xbox One PC game, but halfway through development, Sega made a contract with Nintendo, and they had to make it exclusive for the Wii U, but they didn't change the engine.
Yep.
Alright.
At least the TV series is good.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. Watch Sonic Boom, it's great. So, but yeah, it's...
To bring it back to hopefully wrap up the topic of 14. If you missed seeing the servers get nuked the first time around, now may be your chance to get back on board and catch them getting nuked again.
Yeah.
Without going into spoilers, if you want to see something amazing potentially happen, you have 6 months to get caught up on 14, which is now having a free trial that goes up to level 60 and includes critically acclaimed expansion pack, Heavensward.
Ward. Fucking love
Really,
that.
Null? I didn't know that. Where can I access this free trial that you speak of?
You can go to na.lodestone.com and find out more about Final Fantasy XIV.
More like eu.lodestone.com.
Or
You can go to the PlayStation Store.
Yes.
Or the PlayStation Store.
Or Steam.
Or Steam, yes.
Golly gee, it sure is convenient that the critically acclaimed MMO Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial that goes up to level 60 and includes the critically acclaimed expansion Heavensward. I am so excited. Thank you, Square Enix.
Pay us money!
Pay us, you fucks! I've spent a fucking entire real-time year in Final Fantasy XIV. Fucking pay me already.
A real label playing an MMO.
So, just to like put my thoughts on the Endwalker. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing how all of this culminates. I've already got a few theories that I've spoke to Null about.
Okay, sorry, mute. Don't pick the last option. It's gonna automatically advance the thing.
Yeah, I think...
Use every other one. Sorry.
I figured, yeah.
But yeah.
Sorry, I am sick for like the past 3 days. I cough sometimes.
Alright, man, don't worry about it. No.
It's not big sicky. It's just a cold.
As you were saying, now.
So yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing this. But I know Noel just said you got 6 months to do this, but I'd probably say take your time.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, trying to rush through an MMO is out of experience.
Especially,
You're gonna kill yourself.
Yeah.
Especially is in depth. Like this is like it's one like it's got such a big story focus. As Final Fantasy XIV is a Final Fantasy game first, and then an MMO second. Always second.
It really needs to be added on. If you were to, and this is why I had to interrupt you, Booth. Sega's, I'll read that in just a second. It really needs to be stressed that the grind for everything that isn't the current expansion in Final Fantasy XIV is virtually non-existent. That is probably one of the biggest praises that can be given to Final Fantasy XIV, is that if you want to get caught up, you are not going to waste time doing it.
Yeah, I wouldn't like it to be another Guild Wars 2 in which the story mission unlocks every 10 levels your character gets.
Oh no. No, it's not that. Thankfully,
You can overlevel for sure in 14.
Hell, as soon as you unlock the main story quest roulette, the MSQ roulette, and got a spare hour every day, you can sit and do that and do part of whatever expansion that you're on, and be well above the level requirements or whatever quest that you're on.
Yeah, Mike said it perfectly. He started playing 2 days ago, and he's already up to level 35.
Yeah, they've really cut down on the grind because Yoshida plays World of Warcraft quite frequently. Yoshida being like the main producer, so he's looked at things that they've done and went, "All right, okay, yeah, no, I see over."
See the problem here.
Honestly,
bullshit's at endgame. Maybe we should make sure people can get to that in a reasonable amount of time.
The Sprout XP bonus you get in FF14 is ridiculous. I am like twice the level of the main story quest I should be doing right now.
And also, if you pre-ordered the expansions as they went along, or if you pre-ordered Endwalker, you'll get a special in-game item that gives you an XP boost up to level 80, and it's a pretty decent XP boost as well.
What is the release date for Endwalker?
Endwalker will be released on the official release is the 23rd of November, 2021, the day after my birthday, and the early access is Friday, the 19th of November, 2021.
Oh.
The official release
Is
date
there
day before fucking Thanksgiving.
Which is a thing we don't have in any other country that a person on this quote-unquote podcast is in.
I think didn't Yoshida, or at least it was communicated in the stream that they were kind of sorry to Americans for the release date,
Yes,
but
he did say they wanted to release it earlier. They were looking for October, but they want this to be the best that it can be, so that back, unfortunately, because even though, like, they showed us some really good stuff. Like, I am in love with Favne, and just the India aesthetic that it has. But even I was like, the colors are a bit too bright. They're a bit too bright, and they were like, yeah, no, the light.
Oh yeah, guys, by the way, I have to stop you. Everyone say hello to Korean Virgil 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Hello, Korean Virgil 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Now, if you don't know about the Korean Virgil meme, you guys are gonna enjoy Yakuza 6.
Yep.
This is probably one of the best moments of the budget showing up in the cinematics. It's so fucking good looking.
I literally just wanted to make the Korean Virgil joke.
Now I'm motivated.
They acknowledge that they were releasing it at a time that's going to be grossly inconvenient for Americans, because it's literally going to be a day or two before Thanksgiving, in which people will be quote-unquote cursed to not have any time to play because they're going to have to spend time with their family members.
Yeah.
No, they won't. COVID is not gonna be gone.
Yeah, about that. At least here in the States, COVID's kind of, over.
Is it?
Yeah. COVID's kind of over here in the States.
Yo, fucking back to the base class with the tattoo showing. That's rad.
Sorry.
That's rad.
I'm sorry. I will go flagellate, is that the term, myself later? Yeah. Whatever. Flog myself. I don't know. I'm sorry. Yeah, people have been pretending COVID is over for a year, but now it might actually, like, legitimately kind of be over here in the States.
When I said that COVID isn't gonna be over, it's half jokingly, because I don't fucking know, man. At this point, I have no idea when the fuck this is gonna be over. So I'm pretending. So every time I'm seeing a movie that's like coming to cinema soon, I'm like, no, you're not.
Yep.
So, COVID's kind of just been flu to Electric Boogaloo, for a lack of better phrasing.
Thank you, Dennis.
But
now,
anyway.
the question I wanted to ask regarding FF14 is, bless ya,
Thank you.
Is there a version of the pre-order that you get everything up until and including Endwalker?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I don't think so. I think it's a case. I think they do kind of integrate past expansion, but I don't know. I don't know either. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, I'm.
Right now, if you want to get completely into 14, you're gonna have to pay $30 for the base game, then 40 for. Excuse me, 40 for Shadowbringers, and then another 40 or 60 for.
Yeah, I think after Endwater comes out, I think Stormblood's probably going to be like where the free trial's going to be.
Right, Shadowbringers is going to be folded into the complete edition of Final Fantasy 14 after Endwalker.
Yeah. So yes.
That's going to.
Hey, you guys. You guys keep talking. I'm gonna take a peek at the PlayStation Store.
No worries.
Boof, stop. No, Boof, not. Oh, fuck. All right, we lost it. Okay.
Listen, I'm not gonna buy it right now. Listen, June is gonna kill me. I need to survive it. And also, Digimon cards are finally coming back.
Mike is saying that if you pre-order the expansion, you will get Shadowbringers when Endwalker comes out.
Why are you buying crack? Asks man who just spent the last hour advertising crack.
I mean, to be fair, I have been on the Warframe crack for like 3 years. Might wanna change my dealer finally.
Don't even get started on that, because I kind of have a bit of a Destiny problem. Okay.
Okay, FF14 Complete Edition.
Includes Realm Reborn, Heaven's Word, Stormblood.
Let me check. Shadowbringer, Stormblood, Heaven's Word, A Realm Reborn Starter Edition.
Okay, never mind, the Complete
Hey,
Edition.
Mike, how the fuck did you spend $120? This thing is like 50.
Mike might... Oh, he probably bought a bunch of cash shop shit and bought some subscription in advance.
Oh yeah, this thing also has a 30-day free subscription for new accounts.
I think Mike was saying that he wasn't just jumping into the game, he was coming back to it.
Yeah.
So he had to pay for a sub to renew. He might have... I don't know, he might have bought Fantasia and he might have bought some cash shop shit.
Mike, what did you buy?
Okay, so this...
Paying for retainers, that's another like $10 to $20.
Okay, so this isn't completely fucked up and stupid to get into,
No,
and
for a fair price right now.
Yeah.
and Endwalker is like $40.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna get into this crack right now, but I've been staring at FF14 for a couple of years now, so yeah.
Okay, so Mike just said, and I quote, "I will not out myself," which is code for I bought a bunch of cat shop shit.
Good on you, Mike.
It's okay, Mike. I'm gonna be sure to bully you about this every time I can, because that's what friends do.
Honestly, as someone who hates MMOs, I think 14 is pretty good.
Booth, if you join, please join in the Crystal Data Center so we can potentially play.
That won't matter.
Yeah,
that won't matter.
That data center jumping.
In 6 months, it won't matter, but for now.
Yeah, I'm gonna be level 1.
I'm just saying, join the Crystal Data Center. That's all I request.
We can go in, yeah.
Starting in December, we won't have any problems.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just going to say this now. I am kind of not looking forward to the data center move. Not the data center move, the cross data center, because
Why?
obviously we're actually, are you in Balmung as well?
Okay, I need to stop you guys now to tell something to mute. Now, if you wanna keep going with this dungeon, it's gonna be about 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm just saying it's gonna be like 45 minutes of constantly, constant gameplay. So just so you're ready.
Sure.
Grind fest this dungeon.
I mean, this dungeon literally later on unlocks as the literal grind dungeon. So yeah.
This is something that Mike just brought up. Imagine not being in Primal. Look, I'm a good couple of my old friends are in Primal, and that's why I'm looking forward to the data center merger, because I'm finally gonna be able to play with my
Imagine that being in Phoenix, you fucking Americans.
I mean, I don't know about you guys. I always kind of preferred Megatron.
I will go ahead and answer Zhao's question honestly. Yes, I am on Balmung. I refuse to disclose why.
Oh yeah, Grandius said something really important. Do not walk back into this dungeon directly after you finish it. That's gonna be another 30 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, so sorry. Yeah, so Balmung. So I'm on Balmung because unfortunately, when it came to deciding the role-playing communities, I'm just going to say it, the American community is kind of a bit bitchy. They were a bit precious, and basically went because it was proposed that there'd be like an EU side of things and an NA side of things.
Yeah.
And the NA side of things went, no, we want to be the primary server, and basically when Stormblood came around and a brand new EU data center came around, and people were like, oh, well, why don't we make this the EU roleplay server? It fucked over a lot of people because by then we'd already made all these connections with people from the stateside, and it would have really sucked to have just up and left. And I really wish the data center crossplay had come round around Stormblood, and that would have completely erased that problem. Anyway, so yes, I'm on Balmung because roleplayer, as I mentioned before, and also because Joe blogs on the street when you say a roleplayer to them, they think ERP. And that means, when the cross-world play came in Final Fantasy XIV, Balmung just got invaded because it was just people just looking for like ERP to happen like everywhere and every minute, and it just got really fucking boring. And cross-state play is going to be this on a fucking massive scale, and I'm
there was mass exodus that happened in early 2020, where a good couple of people, a lot of them Lalapils, not shocking, mass migrated off of Balmung because they were tired of dealing with some bullshit going on there. That lightened things a little bit, but the reality of it is that a lot of people are on Balmung because they're going there for the ERP now. It used to be that back in 2016, 2017, you were going there because you actually did have some semblance of desire for genuine, actual role-playing, whether that's, your dumb mercenaries company, or you were doing like, oh, I want to run a restaurant or a cafe or something silly like that. Unfortunately, after the world merges happened, it became bloated with a bunch of people doing really bad ERP, which
is the only kind of ERP that exists. Hey.
What did you say, Titu?
It's the only kind of ERP that exists. The bad kind.
Yeah, sure, okay.
I mean, the problem that it has as well is that the community that kind of prevails. I mean, people have said that. Oh. Hey, well.
Yeah, Discord on mobile gets fucky sometimes.
Oh, just as
no, Discord on mobile gets fucky sometimes. It's all right. I don't want to set up my own laptop to, to deploy Yeti and all that.
Fair.
My PC is currently in repairs, and we'll see how that goes.
You were saying about ERPs now.
So, yeah, the problem that we have at the moment is obviously it's just people who are thirsty for cat girls and lizard girls, and they are more than willing to forgive some downright horrid shit. Like I can't really. We've not got enough time to just recount some of the straight up nasty shit I've seen come out of the Final Fantasy XIV community. It's the only community.
Okay, so this question is gonna sound weird, given the context of what you're talking about now. I have to believe that you guys know me enough to know what I mean, but how lizard are the lizard girls?
Not very.
Not very.
Very lizard, yes.
I'm going to go ahead and say it, but Mikote and Aura are Argonians and Kaji cowards.
Yeah.
Okay.
They can be very lizard if you choose certain facial structures and put enough of the scales on. But
sadly, the majority of the player base goes to basic bitch uwu moe looking thing, which
if you want your actual Khajiit, you need to roll Hrothgar.
You need to roll Hrothgar, and then hopefully in 7.0, you'll get Hrothgar females.
No, they said it was coming before 7.0.
Did they? Alright, cool. I thought that. I know they said it was coming soon, so I automatically took that to mean
7.0 at the latest. They are aiming to try and get it out before.
All this discussion reminds me of how I got some shit recently, like a month ago, because I voiced my thought pattern on Twitter, which was, am I racist or does all the Aura porn look the same?
It looks the same because everyone has the same face. Everyone, it's like Mikote, like
Oh god, there's an artist in the community that is particularly awful with their same face syndrome.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man.
but then again-
Shinkiro got a lot of mileage out of Mel Gibson, so I guess you can say
Soraname,
it.
right? That's what it is? Soraname?
I can't remember the name. I'm not very good with names unless it's a certain person shall not be named.
Yeah. Yeah.
But no, it doesn't help that the character creator isn't the best character creator in the world. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Right? He's a lot of Lalafell players' character. I can recognise, one of my best friends on there, Bun. I can recognise Sage Windfeather. I can recognise her character. I recognise Express Rat when I see that character around. I recognise all these characters that I see that are Lalafell. They've got a kind of like uniqueness to them in how they dress, their hairstyle, colours, whether they use the little rabbit smudge on the nose that makes the nose look like a rabbit nose, and I love that one, and I want all my characters to have that, and I wish that was the default square. How dare you take that away from all of them? There's all those options, and then you get to Mikote and Aura, and because everyone's kind of going for like whatever makes people first most, you get a lot of same faces. You get the same male Mikote with short pink hair, same face, female Mikote with the same facial features, same hairstyle, Aura, same face, same hairstyle, so always Zayla. Jayla, sorry. And,
Always super pale skinned Shayla. Never what it should be, which is green or blue or red or brown.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, people are fucking vanilla ass bitches crybabies. What did you expect?
Here's the thing. From a lore and canon standpoint, pale human skin Caucasian aura are like 0.0005% of the population.
Yeah. The only ones
but people are basic bitches.
Oh, the rain, because they live in a dome under the sea. Well, the tribe that we come across lives in a dome under the sea. And they do specifically make reference to you being sun. That's really funny when because they go, oh, your sun-kissed skin, and it's like Zhao is like pale as fuck. He is a book boy. But yeah.
Worth mentioning that. Oh god, we should be avoiding diving into too much 14 lore, but the whole thing with the Rain for Aura is that they also have a pretty diverse skin color range as well.
Yeah.
You got your Caucasian, you got your Asian. There's also, I would say, a little bit of Hispanic and Oceanic Asians in there as well.
I'd say that's more the Lalafell. The Lalafell.
No, I'm saying with some of the skin colors that you can achieve.
Oh, skin colors. Oh, yeah. There is a very varied palette of skin colors that you go for, and then on, like, say, the Mikote, Keepers of the Moon, and the Elysian Dusk White, you can actually get shades of blue and purple and things like that. So it's really quite neat what you can do with it.
Lalafell is absolutely the only race where you can get the entirety of the real world spectrum.
Yeah. Which is really cool.
And I guess Midlanders, kind of.
Yeah.
Now, I just wanted to add that the reason why I asked about the lizard girls is because,
you fuck lizards,
I mean, I played a Char in Guild Wars 2, and if you don't know what a Char in the Guild Wars universe is, look it up and I will hear you sigh.
I know.
Let me take a look.
Char women, the queen, bro.
Okay, guys, prepare yourselves.
I'm pretty much Shura for life. Oh, hello?
No, died.
Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go. Sorry, we lost you for a second.
What is the name of the dragon species in Guild Wars?
There is no dragon species. They're called dragons.
Char, C-H-A-R.
Charlie Hotel.
No, those are not dragons.
No, I know, but this is what you ask him to Google, and he doesn't know what to type. Char, C-H-A-R.
Oh, Char, like chart.
Like Charizard.
What the fuck am I looking at?
Cat boys.
No. they are not cats. I mean, some of them are, yes,
Yeah,
but
some
not
of them.
all of them.
Weird cat dragon axolotl mishmash.
You're gonna be in a world.
Why
It's
do they have
race.
horns? Why
Because
does
fuck you.
Why does this look like someone took the entire dictionary of zoological terms?
Yeah, the
and threw it in a
dictionary.
blender and spit it out onto a character model.
Man, you're getting way more into this than I expected you to, honestly. Yeah.
This is fucking awful. Why did anybody think this was okay?
I mean, I love the chars.
I don't mind the char design.
I fucking hate
Ryba!
this. This is the I can't
Mój
decide
kohost
of
sra po
character
designie czarów w Guild Warsie. Czy masz coś do... Mój kohost sra po designie czarów w Guild Warsie. Czy masz coś do powiedzenia? Czarów w Guild Warsie, raz.
You're getting blown up.
Yeah,
That's what's going on.
So yeah, my fiance also says you have shit taste and she likes them. Thank you.
No, I think you all have shit taste, and I think you just essentially enjoy what is the blended smoothie of animal race designs.
So, okay, Null, we're going to go for a bit of a palate cleanser for you. So, type in Asura Guild Wars.
Okay, now honestly, considering how he reacted to the chars, I'm kinda scared.
Oh wait, no, I've seen these things. These are fine.
There we go, there's your palate cleanser. There's your little short stuff.
Thank you.
No, I think it depends on what you do with the char, because I've seen some char that do look kind of awful.
No, I'm just talking about what was pulled up in the Google search. There's one particular piece of concept art where it shows one that has horns and fins and spines and long dragon-like cat tails.
I can see it. I know.
That's what I'm referring to.
Have you got like scars?
No, man.
Like red lines, like scars on his chest.
I will show.
I know which one that I mean. Yeah, no, that's not the one that they went with, thankfully.
I mean, I love the chars. That's all I got.
Now, this thing makes me want to kill myself.
Okay, now honestly, the thing on the left has the fucking stupidest shade of white on it, and somebody didn't do a very good job.
Right. What the fuck was going on here on the left?
I'm talking about the thing on the left. It has the weirdest shade of white, as if someone was going for a hell of a boss Luna, but failed miserably.
God, no. Stop.
Hey, actually, that.
Okay, see, what Zal posted makes them look like fucking saber-toothed tigers. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's what the char actually are like. They're not that.
I mean, yeah, when you don't fuck them up. Now, you can give them more like African vibes. Like you can color them like a zebra or something, if you wanna. And I don't know, man. And you know they are the nomad warrior race, so I like them.
I feel like I've redeemed myself in my opinion.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah, you're not gonna get destroyed now.
Yeah, no. Aura, like Noel says, it depends on what face you go with. I think I've only seen like 2 or 3 people go with like an actual properly unique looking aura that actually looks sort of, you know.
If you give your aura the resting glare face, you're already doing it right in my book.
Yeah.
Face number 4 for the Zayla females. You can't go wrong with that face.
The problem is though, Aura always colored negatively for me because of the Aura concept art, which I think will be more to boost lighting. Let me find for them. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, and then we need to post the concept art for the male Aura as well, because that shit.
Oh, I actually found that first.
Oh yeah. Something that I just got reminded of while you guys were talking about cat boys and all that from FF14. Guess what
No, stop what you're saying. Look at what we were denied.
And
we were denied a bright future for all mankind.
Yes.
We were denied salvation, redemption of sins. We were denied
Female
absolution.
Aura dragony again.
What?
It makes me so sad.
Oh Jesus, that's long dungeon. Yeah, you guys weren't kidding.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I told you.
Yeah.
I mean,
You
honestly,
we're maybe halfway through it.
I mean, honestly, being a furry degenerate and all that, I'm sorry if your quote-unquote furry character has anything less than 51% animal, no.
I mean,
So yeah, if you wanna...
did you play Final Fantasy X?
I love FF10. This is my favorite Final Fantasy game.
Do you know Kimari?
Do I know Big Dick Kimari? Yeah, I do.
Big Dick Kimari. You can play him in Final Fantasy XIV. Because
okay, but can I play a girl of him?
Not yet.
It's coming.
So, the Hrothgar are basically Final Fantasy XIV's name for the Rons. But in Final Fantasy...
Cool.
Yeah, so female Ronsu are coming, we just don't have them just yet.
Cool. Now, this is an important question. Do they still in lore treat their horns as if they are dicks, so the one with the bigger one is the leader?
No. So, again, because they're not actually the Ronsu, they have different cultures, so the...
It's okay. It's kind of a bit, because when I was streaming FF10, it was literally like, yeah, everything about Kimari is that he is so salty because his dick got broken. Yeah. And everyone else, every other Ronso that he meets makes fun of his broken dick on his face.
So yeah, no actual horns on the Hrothgar, but they make up for that.
There is one...
Yo!
You can get a horn from you give me a horny horn. So,
Why did you just yell, Tidu?
I mean, he just killed an entire party in one move because he got lucky.
Yeah. One AoE, entire squad dead.
Nice.
It was a bat swing move, wasn't it?
No, it was breakdance.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, sorry, I'll just put another image comparing Kimari to what you can make in Final Fantasy IV. Like an example, you can make better looking ones.
Okay, so I'm gonna wait until the females of that drop because I wanna see them.
We don't know when that's gonna be. We think it is gonna be just female Ronso, but with flat. And maybe without the horns. We're hoping they're gonna be muscular. And was it me or did Noel just stream and then just cut out there?
No, I'm here.
I mean,
okay, cool.
he tends to do that sometimes.
I was like, okay, should we worry? Or
fear?
I mean, I'ma be honest with you all, and this is part of a bigger problem I have with a lot of media. It's, I have the same problem with Warhammer, specifically the Wolfen, because it's like, and you know, haha, furry degenerate jokes, but it's like, either go in or go out. I do not want this, I guess they got fangs and are kinda hairy bullshit. You know?
Yeah, no, like, I get it entirely. And that's kind of why I said at the start of the thing that we ran about Mikoti and Aura, is that they are Argonians and Khajiit for cowards.
Yeah, pretty much.
And that's a hill I will die on.
I mean, in the defense of Aura girls, handlebars are pretty hot.
I mean, what I mean, Illy, is that the Wolfen are specifically a bit more hairy than Space Wolves in general are, and that's the thing.
Just had to
like
mention the handlebars.
So, I mean, I'm the same in a different way. I'm not exactly a short person, but I am quite short in real life, so I like playing things that are closer to me. So naturally, Lalafell and Final Fantasy XIV were like a go-to for me because like, oh hey, Cool. Someone short and something short can be the hero as well, and not just the butt of the joke 24/7.
I don't think you're that short. Then again, what do I know?
So I kind
I mean,
of like that.
do you mind? Do you guys use centimeters, and do you mind sharing, or?
He's British.
He's
Yeah, and British people don't use centimeters, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
It depends. So 160 centimeters.
Oh, that's... Yeah, you should be still kind of taller than my coworker, I think.
Yeah, he's pretty
Just
short.
say, I think Lalafell's range between, what, 50 and 70 centimeters tall?
Yeah, I think this is funny because I play Lalafels for the exact opposite reasons. I'm almost 2 meters tall, and I think being a potato is hilarious.
I mean, like, I like playing as girls because I'm not non-binary, so yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
Hey, Sal, do you remember when there was a point that jokes about being a potato were as far as it would go?
I mean, guys, sorry, we are not decrepit old men. We do not have PTSD about FF14 yet.
They joke about how there was a point in 2.0 and 3.0 where you could make casual borderline racism jokes about Lavafells, but then
it was very much an in joke. It was
yeah.
It was like our word kind of. But yeah, like people who played Lalafell made that joke, and then you had people who played Mikote and Aura who basically were only there for the straight up backing, and they kind of twisted it into a nasty thing.
Yeah. There's a popular, frustratingly so, belief that if you play Lalafell, you are either a Nazi or a pedophile.
Oh, Jesus.
And,
yeah.
Well,
Why is it always the two? Why is it always Nazi and pedophile?
Implementing this, but without going into it for too long, there is a subset of the G-posing community for 14 that likes to perpetuate the pedophile narrative, and we don't need to be naming names, and we don't need to go into it longer than a minute or two, because I think we've actually already done that on stream.
Yeah.
But secondly, it's also an issue of, like Zhao was saying, at one point, stuff like, punting Lalafells, Lalafells are coconuts that grow from trees and fall and hit the ground, or you can literally grow Lalafells from the ground because they're potatoes. That used to be, like, all completely done in fun and in jest. And then it just started becoming the go-to joke, and it became uninspired and unfunny, and regurgitated by people who were trying to actually be racist.
Yeah, it's now being like voiced by people who are doing it in bad faith, and it's kind of a shame. And like, I was gonna make this point beforehand. Sorry, before we got sidetracked. But the final, people are going about like, no. It's I do it all. I told you I think sideways. I will go from point A and then to point C and then to point E and then just all the way back to point A.
It's like Mike is saying in chat. There was a point where you could make slander and jokes about Lalafells, and it was actually still technically in the lore and in the plot, and then they had to fucking move away from that shit.
Yep. I mean, I'm just gonna say this outright. If anyone turns around to me and goes, "Oh well, I think Lalafell look like children," and you mean that earnestly, you need to move away from Chernobyl, because I don't want to know what kind of mutants grew up in your neck of the woods.
You need to get out of there, Stalker.
You do not know what a child looks like, or you are 100%
just casually dissing on Ukrainian children.
Yeah. Oh, what have I done? No, it's like you do, or the third option, the most likely, you are being completely disingenuous to be nasty, and
and this is
about me.
And this is all I'm gonna say about this. It's probably the same group of people who go on Twitter.gov and are like, if you are 20 centimeters taller than your partner and 5 years older, you're a pedophile.
Yeah.
Your spouse is child coded.
Let's go to why I think this because it's a very burning thing for me. Right, so
Yeah.
Lalafell proportions completely wrong to human beings. In fact, a Japanese artist actually went out of the way to compare Harvins and Lalafell and came to the conclusion that Harvin in Grand Blue Fantasy had a more human-like body. Lalafell don't have a humanoid body, and they specifically do not have humanoid bodies. The way the waist tapers at the chest upwards, so it's like kind of like almost
They
like a
are
triangle
literally
shape.
potato sacks.
Literally potato sacks. They're quite rotund. They are like an exaggerated version of Tolkien's hobbits. They are fat as shit, high as shit, and they've got names like Daddy Two Fuck. Why the fuck are we thirsting over elves? Anyway, so yeah, the hands are too big, the wrists are too big, the legs are too fat, the head's too big, the eyes are too big, the ears are pointed, for starters, and too big, and also...
And you're telling me you see a child in that?
The only reason why you're saying you see a child is because they are like 2 or 3 foot tall. Like, I've seen people use the word, say like they look like toddlers. It's like, they don't. I had to look after both my little brother and sister when they were born, and and changing their nappies is a recent trauma that was inflicted upon me, and I never want to do it again. And I can guarantee that the human shape in its larval state does not look like a Lalafell.
Yeah.
It does have this.
I mean,
they look human, just very unfinished. Lalafell don't look human.
I would like to make 2 points. First off is that there is...
I'm sorry, I need Val's maternity class.
there is one way in which...
A child looks like a human, just unfinished.
Unfinished.
Get out of the oven a bit too early.
Oh, baby, you keep baby. Oh, far away from.
There's one positive to Lalafells being shaped the way they are, and that means that they have the least problems with proportions of gear.
Yes.
Every other race can wear maybe 20 to 40% of the gear, and the rest does not look like it fits them. Lalafells can wear about 80 to 90% of the gear, and it looks like it fits them.
Yeah, probably not to toot me on the horn, but my main, I think, no, you've seen the shots that I've posted. My main,
yes.
I frequently get comments about how good he looked in all of his outfits, and I've seen people. It's really cute. I've seen people try to recreate his outfits on the goatee, and they look like.
I was gonna say, I don't think I've actually said it, but yeah, there's something going on for your in-game version of Zhao, and like, if there. I'm a little bit down for Zhao. I will admit that. Not you, Zhao. Your character. Zhao.
No, I get that all the time. Like, you have no idea how horny people are for Zhao. It's unreal.
No, like if we post it, some people are gonna be like, "Fuck."
He is like he's like. I'm really proud of his design because he is like the embodiment of like the male short stack.
Zhao definitely radiates a lot of awakening energy, if you will.
Oh, I've had people. I've literally had someone.
Congratulations, Zhao! You have created Midna.
Oh my fucking god!
He's created short stack Astolfo.
Pretty much, yeah. So
that's somehow worse.
That's let me just find.
Yeah, fuck it, post it. We're gonna chill Zhao's OC.
I was not even a part of this conversation, and I still got shot.
to be quite fair, I was planning on shooting you, but decided to wait. Now I might just as well unload the clip now that I'm shooting you already. Hey, Butte.
Yes.
That is just blonde short stack Astolfo.
And then that's not even getting into like his more
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Shield me.
Yeah, there we go. Sweet. Fuck.
Oh yeah, he's styling, man.
Stop doing. God damn it, now.
But yeah, I am quite happy with that because
I have to see
people
that.
do say, oh well, things don't look good on Lalafell, and I was just like, I take that as a challenge.
Yes.
I'm also quite proud of I don't think you've seen this character before. I'm sorry, I don't mean to do this on the stream, but Jazumi, who is my necromancer character.
Yo, Zal, I just want to say that's drip.
Yeah.
Jazumi is like inverse Zhao, like
Now, mute.
Yes.
Officially,
I can see your finger twitching. Go on.
you are officially never allowed to give me shit about Midna ever again. You fucking Lalafell player.
I mean, I played him. What's the problem with that? I don't do it for horny reasons. I do it for funny reasons.
Keep telling yourself that.
I don't get horny for the players. For the characters I play. It's not my style.
Zhao's gonna make me end up resubbing today.
Yeah, this is their actual full gamma, and I just love the gremlin energy that they radiate.
That's pretty much how I feel about.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's just Midna, and that's a compliment, by the way. That's just Midna.
No, I'm not gonna lie. The inspiration for Jazumi was Midna.
Oh, there we go. All right. Well, it always comes back to Midna.
There's two inspirations. Actually, no, you'll also like this other inspiration, Tidu. Yep. The other inspiration for Jazumi is Matt from Sam and Matt, hence
I think I need to repeat that after.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah, maybe.
I just wanted something that just radiated that gremlin energy. But anyway, sorry, yeah, so that, like I say, just, and then again, like, people in the Discord can see it, but those do not look like children at all to me. I'm sorry.
That looks like a very short, full-grown adult.
I mean, I'm not sorry. Either get died or like fucking cure your mental illness. I don't know what to tell you, my man.
I mean, Zhao in game is what, late 30s, early 40s?
He's 27.
Oh my god!
It's this character who's in the late 30s. This character that I just posted, Fejika. They are 37.
Yeah. Fejika is complicated. I like your backstory for them.
Fejika is, well, it's a very sad backstory, but they're happy, so I'm happy for them. But yeah, people go, that looks like a child, and every time I'm just like, yeah, no, you are fishing for clout. You're being disingenuous.
Says person not knowing what a child looks like.
Maybe
that's what I'm saying. Like they don't know what children look like, and it's like, oh my god, just shut the fuck up.
Maybe it's for the better.
When I said we were gonna not make this longer than 2 or 3 minutes, I'm not complaining.
Yeah,
I mean, to be honest, I am.
When we talk about Lalafell discourse.
I mean, to be honest, like Mute isn't doing anything other than beating homeless people.
Yes.
And I'm all down for shilling Zhao's OCs, so
and
yeah.
It's the same with the game as well.
Yeah. Also that.
What sucks is that now Tidu is actually at a point where I'm gonna have to start playing the game in the next week, or else I'm gonna be behind and get spoiled.
Yeah, I just wanted to, you know, congratulate myself for executing Mute live on stream, I guess.
you think you shot, but it's all blanks. Don't pat yourself on the back.
Sorry,
says man bleeding on the floor.
No,
yes, I just remembered my original point. Sorry, yes. So yeah, people keep going about how like World of Warcraft community is quite toxic, and you know, here's the thing with World of Warcraft toxicity. It's something that is on face value, and you can see it from a mile away, so you know how to avoid it. With Final Fantasy XIV's community, mainly the American community, because I've never seen this from the European community, and again, not from the Oceanic community, not from the Hispanic community, mostly the Northern American community.
Gee, there's a shock.
Their toxicity is very below the surface. I have seen people like hype up Final Fantasy to their friends, and their friends have played it and went, "I'm a Lalafell," and then they've just treated a friend like it. Whereas again, like the people said, "Oh, it's one of the best communities around." It's one of the best communities if you play female Mikote or a female Aura.
It is one of the best communities. If you find your pocket in the community of 5 to 10 people that you can play with or attempt to hang out with on a regular basis, and you never leave that small circle of 5 to 10 friends, and if they're not toxic as fuck or manipulative.
Pretty much.
Now, what you're also saying is that FF14 Americans are League of Legends Russians.
They're what?
Sadly, don't get the reference.
I mean, Mute will.
I do.
Unfortunately.
Down at the eyes.
Listen, if you weren't,
I'm sorry, say it again.
if you were not forced for the longest time of your life to play online video games with randos that are, due to your geographical location, either A, Poles, or B, Russians, you don't know what pain is.
That is true.
I think it depends. My experience with Russian players has been Team Fortress 2, where it's been squeaky high-pitched Russians who only know how to speak squeaky high-pitched Russian.
Isn't if I remember correctly, it goes worst community region representation. China ruins battle royales. South America ruins MOBAs, and North Americans ruin MMORPGs.
MMORPGers.
Yeah. MMORPGers.
Massive multiplayer online role-playing games.
What is the consistency across all of those in terms of who does not show up as being part of the problem?
Australians?
Russians?
Because they don't play games?
Europeans. But yes, also
No.
Australians.
I mean,
Okay, now to be fair, Russians are barely Europeans.
they're not European.
They are.
Russians are technically
They all live in
Russians are
Moscow.
Asians. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Yeah, they're Russians with their fucking sobas and their fucking takoyakis.
Yes. Man, what would Russian takoyaki be like?
To be perfectly fair,
It would be a pickle deep fried in vodka is what it would be.
to be perfectly fair, I'll just throw the French and Poles under the bus as well. They're horrible too.
I'd say it depends on what era you're from, because like when I was like in high school, when that era of like online gaming started emerging, it was pretty much the Danish who were the problem. Like, no, not the Danish, the Dutch.
Oh yeah,
Like,
yeah. I can.
The minute a Dutch person came around, you was like, oh, fuck.
Oh no, it's the Borking Clogs. Oh no.
The Dutch.
Like, because they would just be like the worst kind of players. Like, I never knew anyone use the word noob unironically until I met like my first Dutch person playing.
The Dutch, the Canadians of Europe.
If I were to expand a little further, the one exception I know to the rule of Europeans are never the problem is that supposedly in shipping discourse, apparently what I have been told is that Spanish and Mexican people can be frighteningly homophobic.
I mean, have you ever met a Slav online? Wait, I'm just shooting myself. Wait, let me phrase that.
I mean,
you guys have told stories on stream of the LGBT phobia that manifests in Slav. I'm just saying, based on, I am saying, of testimonials from other people.
Void. Let me ask you a question. Why do you think me and Booth talking 90% in English?
Because 100% of Polish is composed of homophobic rhetoric?
Yes.
Okay.
Also because if I had to rely on Polish YouTubers, I would also die.
Yeah, that's true too. I watched some of your stuff and I don't watch anything else in Polish. And Karolina Żebrowska. Karolina is cool. But she makes videos in English.
Bring it back to the topic that Zal had been talking about. and to inform the chat, over an hour later after we started talking about it. Essentially, when Endwalker was starting to blow up and trend, there was this weird subset of the WoW community that took it upon themselves in some weird collective mimetic unconsciousness to shit all over the fans who were talking about it and getting excited with the most hyperbolic interpretation of it being, oh, that's the weeb furry garbage. Why would you want to play that?
Because nobody wants to play. Wow.
Wait, it's weeb furry garbage, says the guy plays as a Tauren.
All the Tauren and Worgen and Vulpera just shifting around. On Pandaren, sorry.
Oh, Max says, but Polish Gothic memes are great to do. Yes, that's the 10% I tolerate.
I mean, to be fair, Poland as an entity can make fun of three things very well: Heroes of Might and Magic, Gothic, and Asterix and Obelix Mission Cleopatra.
Yeah, and Shrek.
And Shrek, yes, those are the four heavenly kings of Polish humor.
But I think my favourite one was one guy. It was a scene that was shared in my FC Discord where the guy just like he was watching the trailer like, that looks bad. I hate this. I hate it. It looks bad. And then
yeah, why? Because it wasn't a 10-minute long motion comic.
All he said was that's bad. Then like, okay, he did kind of say that Shadowbringers trailer better, but again, just he went on a similar rhetoric that Null mentioned, and then he tabbed into World of Warcraft at the end of the stream, and it was just like a top-down view of him on a Kodo dragon, on one of the Kodo mounts in the Baron. It's like, yeah, that's a very flattering view, isn't it? You know.
I mean, I'm just gonna say it again. If you stand World of Warcraft in the year of our Lord 2021, or like any year past 2015, as a matter of fact.
Stand World of Warcraft, video game that can't even do armor outside of a single texture.
I mean, get help.
I mean, I got quite lucky with my Vulpera. I think I managed to find an outfit for them that looked decent-ish. Bear in mind I was going for like a kind of pirate shaman aesthetic, but again, like I've shown you pictures of my Lalafell.
I mean, you know, my point remains, just get fucking help. Why are you standing WoW?
You know, this is like, you know, like...
So you elaborated more on how the WoW players were trying to dunk on 14 players while completely ignoring...
Oh man, I don't know, Thou. I was told that there are no furries in WoW.
Yeah. Wait, is this your fucking Vulpera?
Yep.
Yeah, definitely got some gremlin energy going on here.
I think that goes for all of my characters.
Powerful gremlin.
Should I open it?
But that was like the best I could do with like the with male armor for the shaman, because all of it looked
Jesus Christ, what happened?
bad.
Like a pirate.
They're supposed to.
Okay.
Also, Max says Russia has the 4 pillars of humor as Poland does. So we can unite all these Slavic nations under the pillars of Gothic, Heroes, Shrek, and Asterix and Obelix.
Two of which are French. One is German and the other one is American. Man, funny how history works.
Wait, is Heroes French? Really?
I mean, wasn't it? I mean, 5 is. I'm pretty sure it is French.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's American as well. So yeah, we are being our pillars of fucking humor are. Okay, sorry, I thought it's French because Ubisoft. I'm sorry, guys. But our pillars of fucking humor are France, America, and Germany. Now, to be honest, you can say that France is the pillar of humor for every country in one way or the other. God, that reminds me of that fucking Guardian tweet. It's so funny.
The what tweet?
The Guardian published an article saying that 20 years later Shrek is an unfunny mess, and I just looked at it and I was like, okay, cock.
Oh, I think I saw you tweet about that. Right, okay. My views on Shrek 1 is knowing the history behind Shrek 1, it feels a little mean-spirited.
Yeah.
Like, and it kind of harms any enjoyment factor that I could really get from it. Like, there are good moments in it, don't get me wrong, but there's just this really bitter side to it, and I guess that's the point, because it is them basically
don't
giving
look
Mike
up
Lies.
the behind-the-scenes information about Shrek 1 if you don't know already.
It is them giving the middle finger to Mike Leisner, and rightly so. But by the same token, it's like it just feels really bitter and mean-spirited. And then Shrek 2 came out, and Shrek 2 was just beautiful.
I mean, it's also very much important that you guys know that our experience of Shrek has been very different than yours.
Yep.
How so?
No one in this country knows that Shrek is Irish.
Yeah. The dub is a very different experience.
Like, everyone watched the Polish dub of Shrek, nobody knows about fucking Eddie Murphy or Antonio Banderas or whoever the fuck. It's all Polish dudes, and that dub is amazing.
Is it more amazing than the Finnish dub of Digimon?
I wouldn't know.
What about the Brazilian opening for Digimon?
Is it greater than Angela Anaconda for Digimon?
Okay.
No.
We're not gonna allow Angela Anaconda slander here in this.
Okay.
I
am.
Fuck you.
Anaconda
is amazing. Fuck you.
Angela Anaconda
a wall.
Literally
I am
ruins.
building a wall around my mind and soul that is not gonna allow Mute to shoot me.
Too late. Fuck you, you're shooting blacks and fucking hit.
I'm gonna regret opening this.
Okay, is it one of those, this was translated to Italian, then English, then whatever, and then Finnish?
I don't know, but it's more the performance than anything else.
What is with this clip? It's like a fucking YTP.
This feels like a shit post.
It does.
It feels like it, but that's the official Finnish dub of Digimon.
It feels like either an AMV hell or YouTube poop clip.
Grandius, it's in the Discord.
Yeah, just scroll past my shit. It's fine. It's at the very bottom.
Okay, is Grandis in our Discord? Oh yeah, maybe because.
Yeah, they are.
Angela Anaconda did not lead to Trump being elected. Don't fucking remember it like that.
I want the fame.
Shut the fuck up, Mike. Okay, alright, I ain't gonna stand for this shit. This Angela Anaconda slander is gonna end, because I am going to declare right now, if you dislike Angela Anaconda, you are a fucking transphobe.
Okay, look, but consider the following. Angela Anaconda ruined at least one marriage.
No, that's probably a fake story. There probably never was a marriage that was ruined.
I mean, there were many marriages that were ruined over the course of history.
Angela Anaconda did not ruin that marriage. That kid's parents were doomed to divorce anyways.
Now, granted, I have no knowledge of Angela Anaconda other than she wore Ty's outfit at one point. Therefore, I am not taking any strong stance in this discussion. That being said, when you said if you don't like her, you're transphobic, I was like, what the fuck?
So it's actually a thing that I can't recommend this channel enough. Billiam, Billiam. He does nostalgia shit for like the late 90s, early 2000s, and he actually fucking interviewed with the original creator of the fucking show, who turned out to be a lesbian that people were not aware of. And people have been going back through the show and like noticing, oh, there's this stuff that's like pro LGBT that's extremely subtly implemented into the show in terms of the behavior and the lessons and morals that are presented in the animation. But more importantly, actually sit down and watch the show. It is this super fucking dry, deadpan, slapstick-esque humor that is in that show. That's why I love it so much. I think Angela Anaconda was my first form of introduction to alternative comedy.
So I have to make a confession. Before a fight breaks out, Angela Anaconda was never released in Poland. I was just shooting shit, and I am surprised by this strong reaction.
Wasn't it though? Because I remember when I saw her face, I was like, I saw this as a child.
It actually started as a short that was on Kablam, which was already very all-comedy in terms of its humor that it presented. And then it got picked up by, I think it was Fox Family here in the States. Or no. It got approved for a full run. Oh yeah, no, some of those voices are absolutely terrible. I can understand that, and the animation is not for everybody. It has not aged well in terms of that, but in terms of the writing and humor and the pacing, it's fucking phenomenal.
I mean, Beast Wars didn't age well in terms of animation, so
right,
you know.
Exactly. Like I'm sure the way I respond to Beast Wars is the same way people respond to Angela Anaconda.
Yeah, I don't see it being for everyone. It's a very unique animation style. I don't really remember that much of Angela Anaconda. I mainly remember the one episode with the foreign prince.
Yes.
Who she has a crush on. That's the only episode I remember about it. And
if I remember correctly, was this whole thing. If I remember that episode correctly, it was kind of like some of the shit that's in Ed, Edd n Eddy, where all the kids of the cul-de-sac are observing Rolf as weird and bizarre, but to Rolf, at the end of the day, all of his weird cultural shit is just normal. And when it's viewed through the right lens, it's like, oh wait, this isn't weird anymore.
Yeah.
And that's what was done with the Foreign Prince.
That was the whole point. I mean, the whole point of the Foreign Prince one was like she was expecting him to be like this really really exotic kind of person.
Yeah.
And he was just an asshole.
He was
just an asshole.
And he was an asshole, and if I remember correctly, he also kind of got along well with Johnny Abadi, which was making the whole thing complicated, because he was like, he doesn't seem that bad, and then when he when Angela explained how she treated him when he wasn't, how he treated her when Johnny wasn't around, he was like, I think I'll just keep the current friends I have instead of being friendly with this guy. And the foreign dude goes off and like fucks off back to wherever he came from or something.
Yeah.
But to him, it was all completely normal and acceptable behavior, except it gets you at the end of, oh wait, it is normal and acceptable behavior, but he's actually secretly an asshole. But it doesn't convey it in a way of foreigners are assholes. It's that Angela was an asshole for perceiving him to be this exotic and bizarre person, when really he was just a male equivalent of Nanette Manoir.
Ninny Poo.
Ninny Poo. Shooby dooby doo wah wah. My name. Oh no, no, I'm not gonna. No.
Oh,
My name is Angela, and you're not. Nanette Manoir is a stuck-up jerkbait snob.
The main thing that like stuck out for me from that era of Cartoon Network, because we got it on Cartoon Network straight away. The only thing that really stuck out to me was home movies and Courage the Cowardly Dog.
You guys actually got a bunch of Ed and Eddie episodes before we did.
We got a shit ton of Ed and Eddie. I actually Ed and Eddie caused fights in my school because there was this camp of kids who were just adamant that Ed and Eddie wasn't funny, and then there was this other camp who was
yes,
like,
we called them wrong.
Yeah.
Like, no, Ed and Eddie, it was like peak comedy, and like it actually broke out into actual fights in my primary school. Like we're talking like, you know, like 10-year-olds just beating the shit out of each other.
you know, Zal.
Meanwhile, in Britain,
Zal, I have to say I am jealous. It is not often that you live to see them fight between right and wrong right before you.
Yeah. That was pretty much.
I mean, this, you know, I know that many wars and many battles have many gray areas. That being said, it was never whiter or blacker than this.
Then the Ed and Eddie fight. It was like, oh god, it was almost as bad as the Digimon versus Pokemon camp.
Oh god.
And that was really bad up here. I don't know what. My experience can only be talking from the north and things like that, but like up here, that got really bad. And just being like the one person who was like, actually, I like both. I was like,
just wish to see the Jawbreaker Wars.
The
Jobber Wars.
I was 10. This is 20 years. This is 22 years ago.
So you remember?
I mean, I'm sure there's CCTV footage of that.
I remember one kid like properly fucking like, because my thing was, even though I was quite short, I am built like a brick shit house, and kids could not get me down. And one kid like fucking bull rushed us and then just fucking stomped on my face, and it broke one of my teeth. And that was because I thought Ed and Eddie was funny. And it's like, just looking back at it, I'm just like, wow.
One day there
was wild, yo.
One day there will be a documentary about Zal's primary school, and it will start with historians said that there was no black and white conflict in history ever since World War II. They were wrong.
And it's gonna feature Matt Hill voicing as a narrator for this entire documentary. And he's going to do it entirely in the Ed voice, but he's not going to do it as the Ed character.
So, yeah, enjoy your dragon boss fight, Mute.
Oh, yeah.
Now...
Oh, go on, Trish.
I'm just fucking thinking about the whole Pokemon versus Digimon discussion, because here's how it went in Poland.
Oh, yes.
There was no discussion because we got no Digimon merch whatsoever, and the church banned Pokemon.
I think that sounds familiar. I think that was on the news.
Fucking fights breaking out over Ed and Eddie. That sure is amazing.
I'm being legit as well. Like there was just like a camp.
No, I believe you.
Who just?
Oh, I'm willing to believe that some British fuck kid was like, Ed and Eddie is not funny, mate. Oi, oi, tea.
Pip, pip.
Oh no, we don't do that up in the north, Bonnie lad. We don't do that up in the north.
Up north?
It's fuck you, Ed and Eddie's funny. No, you daft cunt, it's not. And then the glass starts flying. No.
Now, fuck.
Like, have you seen Train Spotting? You know the scene where they're in the bar and Begley just throws the glass behind him?
Was this because of Ed and Eddie?
No. Oh, no. Oh shit, hang on. Oh,
I can't find anything on Google or other search engines. I was trying to see if maybe something in the news showed up about this.
About the Great Ed and Eddie Wars?
The Jawbreaker Wars.
Yeah, I was gonna say Val fucking painting his face blue. I mean, wearing his lion coat, going fucking ape shit on some kid for slandering Ed
My
and
life
Eddie.
for a quarter!
Quarters were treated like gold in your school because not only were they imported from the States, but they were seen as holy relics among the Church of Ed.
To be honest, though, we get in a fight over shit. So there was Ed and Eddie, there was the Pokemon and Digimon thing, which was obvious. And again, like I say, just there was me having to be the closeted Digimon fan who also liked Pokemon. And then I think Sonic Underground.
Oh.
Was a fight as well.
No.
Really, no dialogue? Huh. Well, okay.
Should I open it?
Seriously? Sonic Underground? There were fights over that?
I seem to recall there was fights over Sonic Underground, which
Okay.
Sonic Underground or the animated series.
Okay, you need to know that Sonic fans are actual insane people.
Okay, did the pro Sonic Underground faction sing the opening song every time they went to battle?
I mean, I think when did Sonic Underground come? Was I 8? Again, we were pregnant, and we were good.
England sounds fun sometimes. Most of the time, it's pretty bad. But sometimes you get to.
Sometimes we have our moments.
Sometimes you get to kill someone over Ed and Eddie.
It's not fair. I deserve to be on the front lines. Scamming kids.
I know you're gonna kill me for saying this. I feel like you should say this in the same tone as Optimus when he calls the fight in the show the Beef Wars.
Honestly, ever since I've heard about the Ed and Eddie Wars, I feel like I've been born in the wrong generation.
Alright, I don't think we're gonna top that. I think we have to end it there.
Yeah.
I mean, he still has to click through the dialogue.
Come round, kiddies. Grandpa's always gonna teach you about the War of the Jawbreaker.
It's funny because you make that as a Rolf impression. That's not how Rolf sounds in my head.
No, that was me doing that was me doing my old man impression.
Well, which is a Rolf impression.
So I'm thinking in my head how you guys have brought up that you both, talking about Tito and Booth, you both enjoyed Ed and Eddie, and I'm remembering in my head, Ed and Eddie was that weird case of where all the dubs were actually culturally and accent-wise on point, if I remember correctly.
I mean, the Polish dub was fantastic.
Yeah, it was great. I think
it's like everywhere that it was translated into the native language, it was handled amazingly. Like, there are people who go nuts for the Spanish dub of Ed and Eddie.
I mean, fucking every now and again, I think about that one Rolf line, and it's gonna mean nothing to you guys, and I just giggle, which was klątwo z oceanu, puść Rolfa, babcia, dawaj kombinerki.
Can you attempt to translate that into English?
Curse of the ocean, let go of Rolf. Granny, give me the
ocean, let go of Rolf!
Oh no, don't! Why is that so accurate?
Listen, cowboy, you do not know.
Oh, no, you're not turning Rolf into Marge Simpson. You're not doing that.
Rolf is ready to break Pillar 7 and examine this world of this Sada 51.
Tetsu, Koji,
The son of a shepherd.
deaths in blood.
Son of a grasshopper!
Straight from restaurant, bro.
Being in Britain opens many doors, that boy.
Does it though? Does it?
We have to stop. We have to. Oh, this has to fucking stop.
I'm trying, but there's cutscenes. I can't
There's
escape.
listen. I'll be real with you. We got at least 10 more
Rob's
minutes.
eyes full of brain of love. Yes.
This easy to destroy a years-long truth.
Johnny boy with the plank. Give back Rolf's tractor.
I was
Johnny,
gonna.
Give back Rolf's tractor.
Do you know what? This leads perfectly into another very old cartoon that was on Cartoon Network that I remember that I loved dearly, and that we could probably would never get away with at this day and age. Johnny Bravo.
Oh yeah, that.
No, but you could totally get away with it. Van Partible definitely has the writing finesse to pull it off.
I suppose, but
Here's the thing.
The dude has literally said he wants to bring back the series, and he knows how he would do it.
I mean, the funniest parts of Johnny Bravo were not the hitting on women.
Yeah.
It was when he fucking says bullshit like, they didn't have cookies, so I bought cement.
yeah, yeah.
I get it now.
I just
There is some writing genius that is in Johnny Bravo, and the whole thing of he hits on women is just to bait in the idiots who don't know any better.
I mean, it's the same thing, like, because again, I was gonna lead this to like Pepe Le Pew. Like how Pepe Le Pew is like a caricature of like how French people act and things like
Pepe
that.
Le Pew at the death of humans.
The whole punchline is Pepe Le Pew gets his ass handed to him every single time for being a creep.
Yep.
For being French.
You know, sort of happens to Johnny on occasion, and usually it's the women who.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
You know,
I guess some people miss the point of Johnny Bravo is a gigantic loser who lives with his mom.
But, you know,
Well,
Velma,
and then the
Velma
thing is that-
he seems to think he's hot.
The whole thing is that as the show goes on, they move away from him being a brain dead, womanizing himbo, to him kind of being like this dork who is trying to just get by.
I mean, that's
kind of great.
That's kind of his backstory as well. He was like a massive like nerd and then he got into the whole bodybuilding thing, and that kind of ruined his life.
Yep.
Because of how expensive.
Am I allowed to nuke Mute?
Nuke him how?
Hey, Mute.
We watered it by chasing the murderer.
I think he's paying attention to the story.
Boys and get them all riled up. That was the blossoming flower.
Or pretending to be dead, so I do not assassinate him.
Tidu might be dead. Tidu might have passed out. If he did, that's gonna be funny.
Oh no, Tidu, no.
I have risen.
Hooray!
Okay, so hey, Mute, time to go back to your grave. Listen up.
You know what? That was a good one. I don't even need you to follow up. That was a good line. Congratulations.
Lubię placki.
No. Okay, I am that.
I've sent him to the grave.
I literally can't look at the screen right now because look at Tidu's Parsec screen right now because I'm seeing dialogue going on for farther than I am in the game. So.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. I'm just saying I can't comment on the game right now because I'm not there.
I mean, they're literally talking about the plot. That's all there is to it.
I know. I have to look away.
Sorry.
Do you know what keeps you up at night?
Sorry?
An erection?
Do you know what keeps you up at night these days?
Do I know what? Sorry.
Do you know? Sorry. Do you know what keeps me up at night these days?
What?
It's the full knowledge that we've cancelled Pepe Le Pew, yet in the Space Jam trailer, the Droogs and Danny DeVito's incarnation of the Penguin appear in all their glory in that trailer.
You know,
okay, listen.
It's the rule of conservation of the French. That's what it's
listen. I'm gonna be like Space Jam 2 is gonna be one of those things that's gonna out a lot of people as hypocrites and idiots about a lot of things. Now, for example, one of those things is, I am sorry, sweetie. I am very, very deeply sorry. If you complain about Lola the Bunny's boobs, you are a furry.
Not down with letting it happen. No,
Michael.
I am so sorry.
The sooner you accept it, the better.
Yep.
I for a moment I thought if you complain that she has boobs at all, and then because I completely forgot the whole controversy about the downscale.
Well, it wasn't even much of a downscale, to be honest, because
I mean, she's got the dump truck of an ass.
Yes, but she's no Judy Hopps.
Well, it would piss me
I mean, I honestly was
Judy
never into
Hopps
bunny
is
girls
no
to begin
truck
with.
ass.
Judy Hopps be fake you.
I am out of my depth
Yeah.
here. I'm not saying anything.
I've seen quite a few people get converted by Zootopia. It's quite.
Oh,
fascinating to
oh,
watch.
thank God, freedom! This is over. This is over right now. I'm going to sleep.
Finally, I am free from the plot realm. Okay, now play the fucking clip from Life of Ricky. Go.
Judy,
No.
hop on this cock. Hops.
Yeah.
Okay. At space between all for me. At cute mute prude for Tidu. At boof woof goof for boof.
And you will find me nowhere, for I am ephemeral.
Yes.
Yes.
The ghost.
You will find him in FF14.
Disco will be on Saturday at 2 p.m. till 6 or 7, whenever it is.
The ghost of the Ed and Eddie Wars veteran is haunting us.
We're having Ed and Eddie based PTSD. Remember their screams, Ed boy.
The council
Many
Mechanica.
screams, Ed boy.
The council Mechanica has declared you a furry.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Night, folks. Take care.